This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleak House by Charles Dickens, Chapter 13, Esther's Narrative. We held many consultations about what Richard was to be, first without Mr. Jarndyce, as he had requested, and afterwards with him, but it was a long time before we seemed to make progress. Richard said he was ready for anything. When Mr. Jarndyce doubted whether he might not already be too old to enter the Navy, Richard said that he had thought of that, and perhaps he was. When Mr. Jarndyce asked him what he thought of the army, Richard said he had thought of that too, and it wasn't a bad idea. When Mr. Jarndyce advised him to try and decide within himself whether his old preference for the sea was an ordinary boyish inclination or a strong impulse, Richard answered, well, he really had tried very often, and he couldn't make out. How much of this indecision of character, Mr. Jarndyce said to me, is chargeable on that incomprehensible heap of uncertainty and procrastination on which he has been thrown from his birth, I don't pretend to say, but that chancery, among its other sins, is responsible for some of it, I can plainly see. It has engendered or confirmed in him a habit of putting off, and trusting to this, that, and the other chance, without knowing what chance, and dismissing everything as unsettled, uncertain, and confused. The character of much older and steadier people may even be changed by the circumstances surrounding them. It would be too much to expect that a boy's, in its formation, should be the subject of such influences, and escape them. I felt this to be true, though, if I may venture to mention what I thought besides, I thought it much to be regretted that Richard's education had not counteracted those influences, or directed his character. He had been 8 years in a public school, and had learnt, I understood, to make Latin verses of several sorts, in the most admirable manner. But I never heard that it had been anybody's business to find out what his natural bent was, or where his failings lay, or to adapt any kind of knowledge to him. He had been adapted to the verses, and had learnt the art of making them to such perfection that if he had remained at school until he was of age, I suppose he could only have gone on making them over and over again, unless he had enlarged his education by forgetting how to do it. Still, although I had no doubt that they were very beautiful, and very improving, and very sufficient for a great many purposes of life, and always remembered all through life, I did doubt whether Richard would not have profited by someone studying him a little instead of his studying them quite so much. To be sure, I knew nothing of the subject, and do not even now know whether the young gentlemen of classic Rome or Greece made verses to the same extent, or whether the young gentlemen of any country ever did. I haven't the least idea, said Richard, musing, what I had better be, except that I am quite sure I don't want to go into the church. It's a toss-up. You have no inclination in Mr. Kenge's way, suggested Mr. Jarndyce. I don't know that, sir, replied Richard. I am fond of boating. Articled clerks do a great deal on the water. It's a capital profession. Surgeon? suggested Mr. Jarndyce. That's the thing, sir, cried Richard. I doubt if he had ever once thought of it before. That's the thing, sir, repeated Richard, with the greatest enthusiasm. We have got it at last. M.R.C.S. He was not to be laughed out of it, though he laughed at it heartily. He said he had chosen his profession, and the more he thought of it, the more he felt that his destiny was clear. The art of healing was the art of all others for him. Mistrusting that he only came to this conclusion because, having never had much chance of finding out for himself what he was fitted for, and having never been guided to the discovery, He was taken by the newest idea, and was glad to get rid of the trouble of consideration. I wondered whether the Latin verses often ended in this, or whether Richard's was a solitary case. Mr. Jarndyce took great pains to talk with him seriously, and to put it to his good sense not to deceive himself in so important a matter. Richard was a little grave after these interviews, but invariably told Ada and me that it was all right, and then began to talk about something else. "By heaven!" cried Mr. Boythorn, who interested himself strongly in the subject, though I need not say that, for he could do nothing weakly. "I rejoice to find a young gentleman of spirit and gallantry devoting himself to that noble profession. The more spirit there is in it, the better for mankind, and the worse for those mercenary taskmasters and low tricksters who delight in putting that illustrious art at a disadvantage in the world. By all that is base and despicable," cried Mr. Boythorn, "the treatment of surgeons aboard ship is such, that I would submit the legs, both legs, of every member of the Admiralty Board to a compound fracture, and render it a transportable offence in any qualified practitioner to set them, if the system were not wholly changed, in 48 hours." "Wouldn't you give them a week?" asked Mr. Jarndyce. "No," cried Mr. Boythorn firmly, "not on any consideration. 48 hours. As to corporations, parishes, vestry boards, and similar gatherings of jolter-headed clods, who assemble to exchange such speeches that, by heaven, they ought to be worked in quicksilver mines for the short remainder of their miserable existence, if it were only to prevent their detestable English from contaminating a language spoken in the presence of the sun. As to those fellows who meanly take advantage of the ardour of gentlemen in the pursuit of knowledge, to recompense the inestimable services of the best years of their lives, their long study, and their expensive education, with pittances too small for the acceptance of clerks, I would have the necks of every one of them wrung, and their skills arranged in Surgeons' Hall for the contemplation of the whole profession, in order that its younger members might understand from actual measurement in early life how thick skulls may become." He wound up this vehement declaration by looking round upon us with a most agreeable smile, and suddenly thundering "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" over and over again, until anybody else might have been expected to be quite subdued by the exertion. As Richard still continued to say that he was fixed in his choice, after repeated periods of consideration had been recommended by Mr. Jarndyce and had expired, and he still continued to assure Ada and me, in the same final matter, that it was all right, it became advisable to take Mr. Kenji into counsel. Mr. Kenji, therefore, came down to dinner one day, and leaning back in his chair, and turned his eyeglasses over and over, and spoke in a sonorous voice, and did exactly what I remembered to have seen him do when I was a little girl. "Ah!" said Mr. Kenji. "Yes. Well, a very good profession, Mr. Jarndyce, a very good profession." "The course of study and preparation requires to be diligently pursued," observed my guardian, with a glance at Richard. "Oh, no doubt," said Mr. Kenji, "diligently." "But that being the case, more or less, with all pursuits that are worth much," said Mr. Jarndyce, "it is not a special consideration which another choice would likely escape." "Truly," said Mr. Kenji. "And Mr. Richard Carstone, who has so meritoriously acquitted himself in the, shall I say, the classic shades, in which his youth has been passed, will, no doubt, apply the habits, if not the principles and practice, of versification in that tongue in which a poet was said, unless I mistake, to be born, not made, to the more eminently practical field of action on which he enters." "You may rely upon it," said Richard in his offhand manner, "that I shall go at it and do my best." "Very well, Mr. Jarndyce," said Mr. Kenge, gently nodding his head. "Really, when we are assured by Mr. Richard that he means to go at it and to do his best," nodding feelingly and smoothly over those expressions, "I would submit to you that we have only to inquire into the best mode of carrying out the object of his ambition. Now, with reference to placing Mr. Richard with some sufficiently eminent practitioner, is there any one in view at present?" "No one, Rick, I think," said my guardian. "No one, sir," said Richard. "Quite so," observed Mr. Kenge. "As to situation now, is there any particular feeling on that head?" "No," said Richard. "Quite so," observed Mr. Kenge again. "I should like a little variety," said Richard. "I mean a good range of experience." "Very requisite, no doubt," returned Mr. Kenge. "I think that this may be easily arranged. Mr. Jarndyce? We have only, in the first place, to discover a sufficiently eligible practitioner, and as soon as we make our want, and, shall I add, our ability to pay a premium, known, our only difficulty will be in the selection of one from a large number. We have only, in the second place, to observe those little formalities which are rendered necessary by our time of life, and our being under the guardianship of the court. We shall soon be, shall I say, in Mr. Richard's own light-hearted manner, going at it, to our heart's content. It is a coincidence," said Mr. Kenge, with a tinge of melancholy in his smile, "one of those coincidences which may or may not require an explanation beyond our present limited faculties, that I have a cousin in the medical profession. He might be deemed eligible by you, and might be disposed to respond to this proposal. I can answer for him as little as for you, but he might." As this was an opening in the prospect, it was arranged that Mr. Kenge should see his cousin; and as Mr. Jarndyce had before proposed to take us to London for a few weeks, it was settled next day that we should make our visit at once and combine Richard's business with it. Mr. Boythorn leaving us within a week, we took up our abode at a cheerful lodging near Oxford Street, over an upholsterer's shop. London was a great wonder to us, and we were out for hours and hours at a time, seeing the sights, which appeared to be less capable of exhaustion than we were. We made the round of the principal theatres, too, with great delight, and saw all the plays that were worth seeing. I mention this because it was at the theatre that I began to be made uncomfortable again by Mr. Guppy. I was sitting in front of the box one night with Ada, and Richard was in the place he liked best, behind Ada's chair, when, happening to look down into the pit, I saw Mr. Guppy, with his hair flattened down upon his head, and woe depicted in his face, looking up at me. I felt, all through the performance, that he never looked at the actors, but constantly looked at me, and always with a carefully prepared expression of the deepest misery and the profoundest dejection. It quite spoiled my pleasure for that night, because it was so very embarrassing and so very ridiculous. But from that time forth we never went to the play without my seeing Mr. Guppy in the pit, always with his hair straight and flat, his shirt collar turned down, and a general feebleness about him. If he were not there when we went in, and I began to hope he would not come, and yielded myself for a little while to the interest of the scene, I was certain to encounter his languishing eyes when I least expected it, and from that time to be quite sure that they were fixed upon me all the evening. I really cannot express how uneasy this made me. If he would only have brushed up his hair or turned up his collar, it would have been bad enough, but to know that that absurd figure was always gazing at me, and always in that demonstrative state of despondency, put such a constraint upon me that I did not like to laugh at the play, or to cry at it, or to move, or to speak. I seemed able to do nothing naturally. As to escaping Mr. Guppy by going to the back of the box, I could not bear to do that, because I knew Richard and Ada relied on having me next them, and that they could never have talked so happily if anybody else had been in my place. So there I sat, not knowing where to look, for wherever I looked I knew Mr. Guppy's eyes were following me, and thinking of the dreadful expense to which this young man was putting himself on my account. Sometimes I thought of telling Mr. Jarndyce. Then I feared that the young man would lose his situation, and that I might ruin him. Sometimes I thought of confiding in Richard, but was deterred by the possibility of his fighting Mr. Guppy and giving him black eyes. Sometimes I thought I should frown at him, or shake my head. Then I felt I could not do it. Sometimes I considered whether I should write to his mother, but that ended in my being convinced that to open a correspondence would be to make the matter worse. I always came to the conclusion finally that I could do nothing. Mr. Guppy's perseverance all this time not only produced him regularly at any theatre to which we went, but caused him to appear in the crowd as we were coming out, and even to get up behind our fly, where I am sure I saw him 2 or 3 times struggling among the most dreadful spikes. After we got home, he haunted a post opposite our house. The upholsterer's, where we lodged, being at the corner of 2 streets, and my bedroom window being opposite the post, I was afraid to go near the window when I went upstairs, lest I should see him, as I did one moonlight night, leaning against the post, and evidently catching cold. If Mr. Guppy had not been, fortunately for me, engaged in the daytime, I really should have had no rest from him. While we were making this round of gaieties, in which Mr. Guppy so extraordinarily participated, the business which had helped to bring us to town was not neglected. Mr. Kenge's cousin was a Mr. Bayham Badger, who had a good practice at Chelsea, and attended a large public institution besides. He was quite willing to receive Richard into his house, and to superintend his studies, and as it seemed that those could be pursued advantageously under Mr. Badger's roof, and Mr. Badger liked Richard, and as Richard said he liked Mr. Badger well enough, an agreement was made, the Lord Chancellor's consent was obtained, and it was all settled. On the day when matters were concluded between Richard and Mr. Badger, we were all under engagement to dine at Mr. Badger's house. We were to be merely a family party, Mrs. Badger's note said, and we found no lady there but Mrs. Badger herself. She was surrounded in the drawing-room by various objects, indicative of her painting a little, playing the piano a little, playing the guitar a little, playing the harp a little, singing a little, working a little, reading a little, writing poetry a little, and botanizing a little. She was a lady of about 50, I should think, youthfully dressed, and of a very fine complexion. If I add to the little list of her accomplishments that she rouged a little, I do not mean that there was any harm in it. Mr. Bayham Badger himself was a pink, fresh-faced, crisp-looking gentleman, with a weak voice, white teeth, light hair, and surprised eyes. Some years younger, I should say, than Mrs. Bayham Badger. He admired her exceedingly, but principally, and to begin with, on the curious ground, as it seemed to us, of her having had 3 husbands. We had barely taken our seats when he said to Mr. Jarndyce quite triumphantly, "You would hardly suppose that I am Mrs. Bayham Badger's 3rd." "Indeed," said Mr. Jarndyce. "Her 3rd," said Mr. Badger. "Mrs. Bayham Badger has not the appearance, Miss Summerson, of a lady who has had 2 former husbands." I said. "Not at all." "And most remarkable men," said Mr. Badger in a tone of confidence. "Captain Swosser of the Royal Navy, who was Mrs. Badger's first husband, was a very distinguished officer indeed. The name of Professor Dingo, my immediate predecessor, is one of European reputation." Mrs. Badger overheard him and smiled. "Yes, my dear," Mr. Badger replied to the smile. "I was observing to Mr. Jarndyce and Miss Summerson that you had had two former husbands, both very distinguished men, and they found it, as people generally do, difficult to believe." "I was barely 20," said Mrs. Badger, "when I married Captain Swosser of the Royal Navy. I was in the Mediterranean with him. I am quite a sailor. On the 12th anniversary of my wedding day, I became the wife of Professor Dingo." "Of European reputation," added Mr. Badger in an undertone. "And when Mr. Badger and myself were married," pursued Mrs. Badger, "we were married on the same day of the year. I had become attached to the day." "So that Mrs. Badger has been married to 3 husbands, 2 of them highly distinguished men," said Mr. Badger, summing up the facts, "and each time upon the 21st of March at 11 in the forenoon." We all expressed our admiration. "But for Mr. Badger's modesty," said Mr. Jarndyce, "I would take leave to correct him, and say 3 distinguished men." "Thank you, Mr. Jarndyce. What I always tell him," observed Mrs. Badger. "And, my dear," said Mr. Badger, "what do I always tell you? That without any affectation of disparaging such professional distinction as I may have attained, which our friend Mr. Carstone will have many opportunities of estimating, I am not so weak, no, really," said Mr. Badger to us generally, "so unreasonable as to put my reputation on the same footing with such first-rate men as Captain Swosser and Professor Dingo. Perhaps you may be interested, Mr. Jarndyce," continued Mr. Bayham Badger, leading the way into the next drawing-room, "in this portrait of Captain Swosser. It was taken on his return home from the African station, where he had suffered from the fever of the country. Mrs. Badger considers it too yellow, but it's a very fine head, a very fine head." We all echoed, "A very fine head." "I feel when I look at it," said Mr. Badger, "that's a man I should like to have seen. It strikingly bespeaks the first-class man that Captain Swosser preeminently was. On the other side, Professor Dingo, I knew him well. Attended him in his last illness, a speaking likeness. Over the piano, Mrs. Bayham Badger when Mrs. Swosser. Over the sofa, Mrs. Bayham Badger when Mrs. Dingo. Of Mrs. Bayham Badger, in essay, I possess the original and have no copy." Dinner was now announced, and we went downstairs. It was a very genteel entertainment, very handsomely served, but the captain and the professor still ran in Mr. Badger's head, and as Ada and I had the honour of being under his particular care, we had the full benefit of them. "Water, Miss Summerson? Allow me. Not in that tumbler, pray. Bring me the professor's goblet, James." Ada very much admired some artificial flowers under a glass. "Astonishing how they keep," said Mr. Badger. "They were presented to Mrs. Bayham Badger when she was in the Mediterranean." He invited Mr. Jarndyce to take a glass of claret. "Not that claret," he said. "Excuse me. This is an occasion, and on an occasion I produce some very special claret I happen to have. James, Captain Swosser's wine." Mr. Jarndyce, this is a wine that was imported by the captain, we will not say how many years ago. You will find it very curious, my dear. My dear, I shall be happy to take some of this wine with you. Captain Swosser's claret to your mistress, James. My love, your health." After dinner, when we ladies retired, we took Mrs. Badger's first and second husband with us. Mrs. Badger gave us, in the drawing-room, a biographical sketch of the life and services of Captain Swosser before his marriage, and a more minute account of him dating from the time when he fell in love with her at a ball on board the Crippler, given to the officers of that ship when she lay in Plymouth Harbour. "The dear old Crippler," said Mrs. Badger, shaking her head. "She was a noble vessel, trim, ship-shape, all a tonto, as Captain Swosser used to say. You must excuse me if I occasionally introduce a nautical expression. I was quite a sailor once. Captain Swosser loved that craft for my sake. When she was no longer in commission, he frequently said that if he were rich enough to buy her old hulk, he would have an inscription let into the timbers of the quarter-deck, where we stood as partners in the dance, to mark the spot where he fell, raked fore and aft, Captain Swosser used to say, by the fire from my tops. It was his naval way of mentioning my eyes." Mrs. Badger shook her head, sighed, and looked in the glass. "It was a great change from Captain Swosser to Professor Dingo," she resumed with a plaintive smile. "I felt it a good deal at first, such an entire revolution in my mode of life. But custom, combined with science, particularly science, inured me to it. Being the Professor's sole companion in his botanical excursions, I almost forgot that I had ever been afloat, and became quite learned. It is singular that the Professor was the antipodes of Captain Swosser, and that Mr. Badger is not in the least like either." We then passed into a narrative of the deaths of Captain Swosser and Professor Dingo, both of whom seem to have had very bad complaints. In the course of it, Mrs. Badger signified to us that she had never madly loved but once, and that the object of that wild affection, never to be recalled in its fresh enthusiasm, was Captain Swosser. The Professor was yet dying by inches in the most dismal manner, and Mrs. Badger was giving us imitations of his way of saying, with great difficulty, "Where is Laura? Let Laura give me my toast and water," when the entrance of the gentleman consigned him to the tomb. Now, I observed that evening, as I had observed for some days past, that Ada and Richard were more than ever attached to each other's society, which was but natural, seeing that they were going to be separated so soon. I was therefore not very much surprised when we got home, and Ada and I retired upstairs, to find Ada more silent than usual, though I was not quite prepared for her coming into my arms and beginning to speak to me, with her face hidden. "My darling Esther," murmured Ada, "I have a great secret to tell you." "A mighty secret, my pretty one, no doubt. What is it, Ada?" "Oh, Esther, you would never guess." "Shall I try to guess?" said I. "Oh, no, don't. Pray don't," cried Ada, very much startled by the idea of my doing so. "Now I wonder who it can be about," said I, pretending to consider. "It is about," said Ada in a whisper, "it's about my cousin Richard." "Well, my own," said I, kissing her bright hair, which was all I could see. "And what about him?" "Oh, Esther, you would never guess." It was so pretty to have her clinging to me in that way, hiding her face, and to know that she was not crying in sorrow, but in a little glow of joy and pride and hope, that I would not help her just yet. "He says, I know it's very foolish, we are both so young, but he says," with a burst of tears, "that he loves me dearly, Esther. "Does he indeed?" said I. "I never heard of such a thing. Why, my pet of pets, I could have told you that weeks and weeks ago." To see Ada lift up her flushed face in joyful surprise, and hold me round the neck, and laugh and cry, and blush and laugh, was so pleasant. "Why, my darling," said I, "what a goose you must take me for! Your cousin Richard has been loving you as plainly as he could for I don't know how long." "And yet you never said a word about it?" cried Ada, kissing me. "No, my love," said I. "I waited to be told." "But now I have told you. You don't think it wrong of me, do you?" returned Ada. She might have coaxed me to say no if I had been the hardest-hearted duenna in the world. Not being that yet, I said no, very freely. "And now," said I know the worst of it." "Oh, that's not quite the worst of it, Esther dear," cried Ada, holding me tighter and laying down her face again upon my breast. "No," said I, "not even that?" "No, not even that," said Ada, shaking her head. "Why, you never mean to say—" I was beginning in joke, but Ada, looking up and smiling through her tears, cried, "Yes, I do. You know I do," and then sobbed out, "With all my heart I do, with all my whole heart, Esther." I told her, laughing, why, I had known that too, just as well as I had known the other. And we sat before the fire, and I had all the talking to myself for a little while, though there was not much of it, and Ada was soon quiet and happy. "Do you think my cousin John knows, dear Dame Durden?" she asked. "Unless my cousin John is blind, my pet," said I should think my cousin John knows pretty well as much as we know." "We want to speak to him before Richard goes," said Ada timidly, "and we wanted you to advise us, and to tell him so. Perhaps you wouldn't mind Richard's coming in, Dame Durden." "Oh, Richard is outside, is he, my dear?" said I. "I am not quite certain," returned Ada, with a bashful simplicity that would have won my heart if she had not won it long before. "But I think he's waiting at the door." There he was, of course. They had brought a chair on either side of me, and put me between them, and really seemed to have fallen in love with me instead of one another. They were so confiding, and so trustful, and so fond of me. They went on in their own wild way for a little while. I never stopped them. I enjoyed it too much myself. And then we gradually fell to considering how young they were, and how there must be a lapse of several years before this early love could come to anything, and how it could come to happiness only if it were real and lasting, and inspired them with a steady resolution to do their duty to each other with constancy, fortitude, and perseverance, each always for the other's sake. Well, Richard said that he would work his fingers to the bone for Ada, and Ada said that she would work her fingers to the bone for Richard, and they called me all sorts of endearing and sensible names, and we sat there advising and talking half the night. Finally, before we parted, I gave them my promise to speak to their cousin John tomorrow. So, when tomorrow came, I went to my guardian after breakfast in the room that was our town substitute for the growlery, and told him that I had it in trust to tell him something. "Well, little woman," said he, shutting up his book, "if you have accepted the trust, there can be no harm in it." "I hope not, guardian," said I. "I can guarantee that there is no secrecy in it, for it happened only yesterday." "Aye, and what is it, Esther?" "Guardian," said I, "you remember the happy night when first we came down to Bleak House, when Ada was singing in the dark room?" I wished to call to his remembrance the look he had given me then. Unless I am much mistaken, I saw that I did so. "Because," said I, with a little hesitation. "Yes, my dear," said he, "don't hurry." "Because," said I, "Ada and Richard have fallen in love, and have told each other so." "Already!" cried my guardian, quite astonished. Yes, said I, and to tell you the truth, guardian, I rather expected it. The deuce you did, said he. He sat considering for a minute or two, with his smile, at once so handsome and so kind, upon his changing face, and then requested me to let them know that he wished to see them. When they came, he encircled Ada with one arm in his fatherly way, and addressed himself to Richard with a cheerful gravity. Rick, said Mr. Jarndyce, I am glad to have won your confidence. I hope to preserve it. When I contemplated these relations between us four, which have so brightened my life, and so invested it with new interests and pleasures, I certainly did contemplate, afar off, the possibility of you and your pretty cousin here. Don't be shy, Ada, don't be shy, my dear, being in a mind to go through life together. I saw, and do see, many reasons to make it desirable. But that was far off, Rick, far off. We look afar off, sir, returned Richard. Well, said Mr. Jarndyce, that's rational. Now hear me, my dears. I might tell you that you don't know your own minds yet, that 1,000 things may happen to divert you from one another, that it is well this chain of flowers you have taken up is very easily broken, or it might become a chain of lead. But I will not do that. Such wisdom will come soon enough, I dare say, if it is to come at all. I will assume that, a few years hence, you will be in your hearts to one another what you are today. All I say before speaking to you according to that assumption is, if you do change, if you do come to find you are more commonplace cousins to each other as man and woman than you were as boy and girl, your manhood will excuse me, Rick. Don't be ashamed still to confide in me, for there will be nothing monstrous or uncommon in it. I am only your friend and distant kinsman. I have no power over you whatever, but I wish and hope to retain your confidence, if I do nothing to forfeit it. I am very sure, sir, returned Richard, that I speak for Ada too, when I say that you have the strongest power over us both, rooted in respect, gratitude, and affection, strengthening every day. Dear Cousin John, said Ada on his shoulder, my father's place can never be empty again. All the love and duty I could ever have rendered to him is transferred to you. Come, said Mr. Jarndyce, now for our assumption. Now we lift our eyes up and look hopefully at the distance. Rick, the world is before you, and it is most probable that as you enter it, so it will receive you. Trust in nothing but in Providence and your own efforts. Never separate the two, like the heathen wagoner. Constancy in love is a good thing, but it means nothing and is nothing without constancy in every kind of effort. If you had the abilities of all the great men, past and present, you could do nothing well without sincerely meaning it and setting about it. If you entertain the supposition that any real success, in great things or in small, ever was or could be, or ever will or can be, wrested from fortune by fits and starts, leave that wrong idea here, or leave your cousin Ada here. I will leave it here, sir, replied Richard, smiling, if it brought it here just now, but I hope I did not, and will work my way on to my cousin Ada in the hopeful distance. Right, said Mr. Jarndyce. If you are not to make her happy, why should you pursue her? I wouldn't make her unhappy, no, not even for her love, retorted Richard proudly. Well said, cried Mr. Jarndyce. That's well said. She remains here in her home with me. Love her, Rick, in your active life, no less than in her home when you revisit it, and all will go well. Otherwise all will go ill. That's the end of my preaching. I think you and Ada had better take a walk. Ada tenderly embraced him, and Richard heartily shook hands with him, and then the cousins went out of the room, looking back again directly, though, to say that they would wait for me. The door stood open, and we both followed them with our eyes as they passed down the adjoining room on which the sun was shining, and out at its farther end. Richard, with his head bent and her hand drawn through his arm, was talking to her very earnestly, and she looked up in his face, listening, and seemed to see nothing else. So young, so beautiful, so full of hope and promise, they went on lightly through the sunlight, as their own happy thoughts might then be traversing the years to come, and making them all years of brightness. So they passed away into the shadow and were gone. It was only a burst of light that had been so radiant. The room darkened as they went out, and the sun was clouded over. "Am I right, Esther?" said my guardian when they were gone. He who was so good and wise, to ask me whether he was right? Rick may gain out of this the quality he wants at the core of so much that is good, said Mr. Jarndyce, shaking his head. I have said nothing to Ada, Esther. She has her friend and counsellor always near. And he laid his hand lovingly upon my head. I could not help showing that I was a little moved, though I did all I could to conceal it. Tut, 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 said he. But we must take care, too, that our little woman's life is not all consumed in care for others. Care, my dear guardian? I believe I am the happiest creature in the world. I believe so, too, said he. But someone may find out, what Esther never will, that the little woman is to be held in remembrance above all other people. I have omitted to mention in its place that there was someone else at the family dinner party. It was not a lady. It was a gentleman. It was a gentleman of a dark complexion, a young surgeon. He was rather reserved, but I thought him very sensible and agreeable. At least, Ada asked me if I did not, and I said yes. End of chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. Deportment. Richard left us on the very next evening to begin his new career, and committed Ada to my charge with great love for her and great trust in me. It touched me then to reflect, and it touches me now more nearly to remember, having what I have to tell, how they both thought of me, even at that engrossing time. I was a part of all their plans for the present and the future. I was to write Richard once a week, making my faithful report of Ada, who was to write to him every alternate day. I was to be informed, under his own hand, of all his labours and successes. I was to observe how resolute and persevering he would be. I was to be Ada's bridesmaid when they were married. I was to live with them afterwards. I was to keep all the keys of their house. I was to be made happy for ever and a day. And if the suit should make us rich, Esther, which it may, you know, said Richard, to crown all. A shade crossed Ada's face. My dearest Ada, asked Richard, why not? It had better declare us poor at once, said Ada. Oh, I don't know about that, returned Richard, but, at all events, it won't declare anything at once. It hasn't declared anything in heaven knows how many years. Too true, said Ada. Yes, but, urged Richard, answering what her look suggested rather than her words, The longer it goes on, dear cousin, the nearer it must be to a settlement one way or other. Now, is not that reasonable?" "You know best, Richard, but I am afraid if we trust to it, it will make us unhappy." "But, my Ada, we are not going to trust to it," cried Richard gaily. "We know it better than to trust to it. We only say that if it should make us rich, we have no constitutional objection to being rich. The court is, by solemn settlement of law, our grim old guardian, and we are to suppose that what it gives us, when it gives us anything, is our right. It is not necessary to quarrel with our right." "No," said Ada, "but it may be better to forget all about it." "Well, well," cried Richard, "then we will forget all about it. We consign the whole thing to oblivion. Dame Durden puts on her approving face, and it's done." "Dame Durden's approving face," said I, looking out of the box in which I was packing his books, "was not very visible when you called it by that name, but it does approve, and she thinks you can't do better." So Richard said there was an end of it, and immediately began, on no other foundation, to build as many castles in the air as would man the Great Wall of China. He went away in high spirits. Ada and I, prepared to miss him very much, commenced our quieter career. On our arrival in London, we had called with Mr. Jarndyce at Mrs. Jellyby's, but had not been so fortunate to find her at home. It appeared that she had gone somewhere, to a tea drinking, and had taken Miss Jellyby with her. Besides the tea drinking, there was to be some considerable speech making and letter writing on the general merits of the cultivation of coffee, conjointly with the natives, at the settlement of Borrioboola Gha. All this involved, no doubt, sufficient active exercise of pen and ink to make her daughter's part in the proceedings anything but a holiday. It being now beyond the time appointed for Mrs. Jellyby's return, we called again. She was in town, but not at home, having gone to Mile End directly after breakfast, on some Borrioboolan business arising out of a society called the East London Branch Aid Ramification. As I had not seen Peepy on the occasion of our last call, when he was not to be found anywhere, and when the cook rather thought he must have strolled away with the dustman's cart, I now inquired for him again. The oyster shells he had been building a house with were still in the passage, but he was nowhere discoverable, and the cook supposed that he had gone after the sheep. When we repeated with some surprise, "The sheep?" she said, "Oh yes, on market days he sometimes followed them quite out of town, and came back in such a state as never was." I was sitting at the window with my guardian on the following morning, and Ada was busy writing, of course to Richard, when Miss Jellyby was announced, and entered, leading the identical Peepy, whom she had made some endeavours to render presentable, by wiping the dirt into corners of his face and hands, and making his hair very wet, and then violently frizzing it with her fingers. Everything the dear child wore was either too large for him or too small. Among his other contradictory decorations, he had the hat of a bishop and the gloves of a baby. His boots were, on a small scale, the boots of a ploughman, while his legs, so crossed and recrossed with scratches that they looked like maps, were bare, below a very short pair of plaid drawers finished off with 2 frills of perfectly different patterns. The deficient buttons on his plaid frock had evidently been supplied from one of Mr. Jellyby's coats, they were so extremely brazen and so much too large. Most extraordinary specimens of needlework appeared on several parts of his dress, where it had been hastily mended, and I recognized the same hand on Miss Jellyby's. She was, however, unaccountably improved in her appearance, and looked very pretty. She was conscious of poor little Peepy being but a failure after all her trouble, and she showed it as she came in, by the way in which she glanced, first at him and then at us. "Oh, dear me," said my guardian, "due east." Ada and I gave her a cordial welcome and presented her to Mr. Jarndyce, to whom she said, as she sat down, "Ma's compliments, and she hopes you'll excuse her, because she's correcting proofs of the plan. She's going to put out 5,000 new circulars, and she knows you'll be interested to hear that. I have brought one of them with me. Ma's compliments," with which she presented it sulkily enough. "Thank you," said my guardian. "I am much obliged to Mrs. Jellyby. Oh, dear me, this is a very trying wind." We were busy with Peepy, taking off his clerical hat, asking him if he remembered us, and so on. Peepy retired behind his elbow at first, but relented at the sight of sponge cake, and allowed me to take him on my lap, where he sat munching quietly. Mr. Jarndyce then withdrawing into the temporary growlery, Miss Jellyby opened a conversation with her usual abruptness. "We are going on just as bad as ever in Tavy's Inn," said she. "I have no peace in my life. Talk of Africa! I couldn't be worse off if I was a what's-his-name, man and a brother." I tried to say something soothing. "Oh, it's of no use, Miss Summerson," exclaimed Miss Jellyby, "though I thank you for the kind intention all the same. I know how I am used, and I am not to be talked over. You wouldn't be talked over if you were used so. Peepy, go and play at wild beasts under the piano." "I shan't," said Peepy. "Very well, you ungrateful, naughty, hard-hearted boy," returned Miss Jellyby, with tears in her eyes. "I'll never take pains to dress you any more." "Yes, I will go, Caddy," cried Peepy, who was really a good child, and who was so moved by his sister's vexation that he went at once. "It seems a little thing to cry about," said poor Miss Jellyby, apologetically, "but I am quite worn out. I was directing the new circulars till 2 this morning. I detest the whole thing so that alone makes my head ache till I can't see out of my eyes. And look at that poor unfortunate child. Was there ever such a fright as he is?" Peepy, happily unconscious of the defects in his appearance, sat on the carpet behind one of the legs of the piano, looking calmly out of his den at us, while he ate his cake. "I have sent him to the other end of the room," observed Miss Jellyby, drawing her chair nearer ours, "because I don't want him to hear the conversation. Those little things are so sharp. I was going to say, we really are going on worse than ever. Pa will be a bankrupt before long, and then I hope Ma will be satisfied. There'll be nobody but Ma to thank for it." We said we hoped Mr. Jellyby's affairs were not in so bad a state as that. "It's of no use hoping, though it's very kind of you," returned Miss Jellyby, shaking her head. "Pa told me only yesterday morning, and dreadfully unhappy he is, that he couldn't weather the storm. I should be surprised if he could. When all our tradesmen send into our house any stuff they like, and the servants do what they like with it, and I have no time to improve things if I know how, and Ma don't care about anything, I should like to make out how Pa is to weather the storm. I declare if I was Pa, I'd run away." "My dear," said I, smiling, "your papa, no doubt, considers his family." "Oh yes, his family is all very fine, Miss Summerson," replied Miss Jellyby. "But what comfort is his family to him? His family is nothing but bills, dirt, waste, noise, tumbles downstairs, confusion, and wretchedness. His scrambling home from week's end to week's end is like one great washing day, only nothing's washed." Miss Jellyby tapped her foot upon the floor and wiped her eyes. "I am sure I pity Pa to that degree," she said, "and am so angry with Ma that I can't find words to express myself. However, I am not going to bear it. I am determined. I won't be a slave all my life, and I won't submit to be proposed to by Mr. Quayle. A pretty thing, indeed, to marry a philanthropist. As if I hadn't enough of that," said poor Miss Jellyby. I must confess that I could not help feeling rather angry with Mrs. Jellyby myself, seeing and hearing this neglected girl, and knowing how much of bitter satirical truth there was in what she said. "If it wasn't that we had been intimate when you stopped at our house," pursued Miss Jellyby, "I should have been ashamed to come here to-day, for I know what a figure I must seem to you two. But as it is, I made up my mind to call, especially as I am not likely to see you again the next time you come to town." She said this with such great significance that Ada and I glanced at one another, foreseeing something more. "No," said Miss Jellyby, shaking her head, "not at all likely. I know I may trust you too. I am sure you won't betray me. I am engaged." "Without their knowledge at home?" said I. "Why, good gracious me, Miss Summerson," she returned, justifying herself in a fretful but not angry manner. "How can it be otherwise? You know what Ma is, and I needn't make poor Pa more miserable by telling him." "But would it not be adding to his unhappiness to marry without his knowledge or consent, my dear?" said I. "No," said Miss Jellyby, softening. "I hope not. I should try to make him happy and comfortable when he came to see me, and Peepy and the others should take it in turns to come and stay with me, and they should have some care taken of them then." There was a good deal of affection in poor Caddy. She softened more and more while saying this, and she cried so much over the unwonted little home picture she had raised in her mind, that Peepy, in his cave under the piano, was touched, and turned himself over on his back with loud lamentations. It was not until I had brought him to kiss his sister, and had restored him to his place on my lap, and had showed him that Caddy was laughing (she laughed expressly for the purpose), that we could recall his peace of mind. Even then, it was for some time conditional on his taking us in turns by the chin and smoothing our faces all over with his hand. At last, as his spirits were not equal to the piano, we put him on a chair to look out of the window, and Miss Jellyby, holding him by one leg, resumed her confidence. "It began in your coming to our house," she said. We naturally asked how. "I felt I was so awkward," she replied, "that I made up my mind to be improved in that respect, at all events, and to learn to dance. I told Ma I was ashamed of myself, and I must be taught to dance. Ma looked at me in that provoking way of hers, as if I wasn't in sight, but I was quite determined to be taught to dance, and so I went to Mr. Turveydrop's academy in Newman Street." "And was it there, my dear?" I began. Yes, it was there, said Caddy, and I am engaged to Mr. Turveydrop. There are two Mr. Turveydrops, father and son. My Mr. Turveydrop is the son, of course. I only wish I had been better brought up, and was likely to make him a better wife, for I am very fond of him. I am sorry to hear this, said I must confess. I don't know why you should be sorry, she retorted a little anxiously, but I am engaged to Mr. Turveydrop, whether or no, and he is very fond of me. It's a secret as yet, even on his side, because old Mr. Turveydrop has a share in the connection, and it might break his heart, or give him some other shock, if he was told of it abruptly. Old Mr. Turveydrop is a very gentlemanly man indeed. Very gentlemanly. Does his wife know of it? Asked Ada. Old Mr. Turveydrop's wife, Miss Clare? Returned Miss Jellyby, opening her eyes. There is no such person. He is a widower. We were here interrupted by Peepy, whose leg had undergone so much on account of his sister's unconsciously jerking it like a bell rope whenever she was emphatic, that the afflicted child now bemoaned his sufferings with a very low-spirited noise. As he appealed to me for compassion, and as I was only a listener, I undertook to hold him. Miss Jellyby proceeding, after begging Peepy's pardon with a kiss, and assuring him that she hadn't meant to do it. That's the state of the case, said Caddy. If I ever blame myself, I still think it's Ma's fault. We are to be married whenever we can, and then I shall go to Pa at the office and write to Ma. It won't much agitate Ma. I am only pen and ink to her. One great comfort is, said Caddy with a sob, that I shall never hear of Africa after I am married. Young Mr. Turveydrop hates it for my sake, and if old Mr. Turveydrop knows there is such a place, it's as much as he does. It was he who was very gentlemanly, I think, said I. Very gentlemanly indeed, said Caddy. He is celebrated almost everywhere for his deportment. Does he teach? Asked Ada. No, he don't teach anything in particular, replied Caddy, but his deportment is beautiful. Caddy went on to say, with considerable hesitation and reluctance, that there was one thing more she wished us to know, and felt we ought to know, and which she hoped would not offend us. It was that she had improved her acquaintance with Miss Flite, the little crazy old lady, and that she frequently went there early in the morning, and met her lover for a few minutes before breakfast, only for a few minutes. I go there at other times, said Caddy, but Prince does not come then. Young Mr. Turveydrop's name is Prince. I wish it wasn't, because it sounds like a dog, but of course he didn't christen himself. Old Mr. Turveydrop had him christened Prince in remembrance of the Prince Regent. Old Mr. Turveydrop adored the Prince Regent on account of his deportment. I hope you won't think the worse of me for having made these little appointments at Miss Flite's, where I first went with you, because I like the poor thing for her own sake, and I believe she likes me. If you could see young Mr. Turveydrop, I am sure you would think well of him. At least, I am sure you couldn't possibly think ill of him. I am going there now for my lesson. I couldn't ask you to go with me, Miss Summerson, but if you would, said Caddy, who had said all this earnestly and tremblingly, I should be very glad, very glad. It happened that we had arranged with my guardian to go to visit Miss Flite that day. We had told him of our former visit, and our account had interested him, but something had always happened to prevent our going there again. As I trusted that I might have sufficient influence with Miss Jellyby to prevent her taking any very rash step, if I fully accepted the confidence she was so willing to place in me, poor girl, I proposed that she and I and Peepy should go to the academy, and afterwards meet my guardian and Ada at Miss Flight's, whose name I now learnt for the first time. This was on condition that Miss Jellyby and Peepy should come back with us to dinner. The last article of the agreement being joyfully acceded to by both, we smartened Peepy up a little, with the assistance of a few pins, some soap and water, and a hairbrush, and went out, bending our steps towards Newman Street, which was very near. I found the academy established in a sufficiently dingy house at the corner of an archway, with busts in all the staircase windows. In the same house there was also established, as I gathered from the plates on the door, a drawing master, a coal merchant. There was certainly no room for his coals, and a lithographic artist. On the plate which, in size and situation, took precedence of all the rest, I read, Mr. Turveydrop. The door was open, and the hall was blocked up by a grand piano, a harp, and several other musical instruments in cases, all in progress of removal, and all looking rakish in the daylight. Miss Jellyby informed me that the academy had been lent last night for a concert. We went upstairs. It had been quite a fine house once, when it was anybody's business to keep it clean and fresh, and nobody's business to smoke in it all day, and into Mr. Turveydrop's great room, which was built out into a mews at the back, and was lighted by a skylight. It was a bare, resounding room, smelling of stables, with cane forms along the walls, and the walls ornamented at regular intervals with painted lyres and little cut-glass branches for candles, which seemed to be shedding their old-fashioned drops as other branches might shed autumn leaves. Several young lady pupils, ranging from 13 or 14 years of age to 2 or 3 and 20, were assembled, and I was looking among them for their instructor, when Caddy, pinching my arm, repeated the ceremony of introduction. Miss Summerson, Mr. Prince Turveydrop. I curtsied to a little blue-eyed fair man of youthful appearance, with flaxen hair parted in the middle, and curling at the ends all round his head. He had a little fiddle, which we used to call at school a kit, under his left arm, and a little bow in the same hand. His little dancing shoes were particularly diminutive, and he had a little innocent feminine manner, which not only appealed to me in an amiable way, but made this singular effect upon me, that I received the impression that he was like his mother, and that his mother had not been considered or well used. "I am very happy to see Miss Jellyby's friend," he said, bowing low to me. I began to fear, with timid tenderness, as it was past the usual time, that Miss Jellyby was not coming. "I beg you will have the goodness to attribute that to me, who have detained her, and to receive my excuses, sir," said I. "Oh dear," said he. "And pray," I entreated, "do not allow me to be the cause of any more delay." With that apology I withdrew to a seat between Peepy, who, being well used to it, had already climbed into a corner place, and an old lady of a censorious countenance, whose 2 nieces were in the class, and who was very indignant with Peepy's boots. Prince Turveydrop then tinkled the strings of his kit with his fingers, and the young ladies stood up to dance. Just then there appeared from a side door, old Mr. Turveydrop in the full lustre of his deportment. He was a fat old gentleman with a false complexion, false teeth, false whiskers, and a wig. He had a fur collar, and he had a padded breast to his coat, which only wanted a star or broad blue ribbon to be complete. He was pinched in and swelled out and got up and stepped down as much as he could possibly bear. He had such a neckcloth on, puffing his very eyes out of their natural shape, and his chin and even his ears so sunk into it, that it seemed as though he must inevitably double up if it were cast loose. He had under his arm a hat of great size and weight, shelving downward from the crown to the brim, and in his hand a pair of white gloves, with which he flapped it as he stood poised on one leg in a high-shouldered, round-elbowed state of elegance not to be surpassed. He had a cane, he had an eyeglass, he had a snuff-box, he had rings, he had wristbands, he had everything but any touch of nature. He was not like youth, he was not like age, he was not like anything in the world but a model of deportment. "Father, a visitor, Miss Jellyby's friend, Miss Summerson." "Distinguished," said Mr. Turveydrop, "by Miss Summerson's presence." As he bowed to me in that tight state, I almost believe I saw creases come into the whites of his eyes. "My father," said the son, aside, to me, with quite an affecting belief in him, "is a celebrated character. My father is greatly admired." "Go on, Prince, go on," said Mr. Turveydrop, standing with his back to the fire, and waving his gloves condescendingly. "Go on, my son." At this command, or by this gracious permission, the lesson went on. Prince Turveydrop sometimes played the kit, dancing, sometimes played the piano, standing, sometimes hummed the tune with what little breath he could spare, while he set a pupil right, always conscientiously moved with the least proficient through every step and every part of the figure, and never rested for an instant. His distinguished father did nothing whatever but stand before the fire, a model of deportment. "And he never does anything else," said the lady of the censorious countenance. "Yet would you believe that it's his name on the door-plate?" "His son's name is the same, you know," said I. "He wouldn't let his son have any name if he could take it from him," returned the old lady. "Look at the son's dress. It certainly was plain, threadbare, almost shabby. Yet the father must be garnished and tricked out," said the lady, "because of his deportment. I'd deport him. Transport him would be better." I felt curious to know more concerning this person. I asked, "Does he give lessons in deportment now?" "Now," returned the old lady, shortly, "never did." After a moment's consideration, I suggested that perhaps fencing had been his accomplishment. "I don't believe he can fence at all, ma'am," said the old lady. I looked surprised and inquisitive. The old lady, becoming more and more incensed against the master of deportment as she dwelt upon the subject, gave me some particulars of his career, with strong assurances that they were mildly stated. He had married a meek little dancing mistress, with a tolerable connection, having never in his life before done anything but deport himself, and had worked her to death, or had, at the best, suffered her to work herself to death, to maintain him in those expenses which were indispensable to his position, at once to exhibit his deportment, to the best models, and to keep his best models constantly before himself, he had found it necessary to frequent all public places of fashionable and lounging resort, to be seen at Brighton and elsewhere at fashionable times, and to lead an idle life in the very best clothes. To enable him to do this, the affectionate little dancing mistress had toiled and laboured, and would have toiled and laboured to that hour if her strength had lasted so long. For the mainspring of the story was, that in spite of the man's absorbing selfishness, his wife, overpowered by his deportment, had to the last believed in him, and had on her deathbed, in the most moving terms, confided him to their son as one who had an inextinguishable claim upon him, and whom he could never regard with too much pride and deference. The son, inheriting his mother's belief, and having the deportment always before him, had lived and grown in the same faith, and now, at 30 years of age, worked for his father 12 hours a day, and looked up to him with veneration on the old imaginary pinnacle. "The airs the fellow gives himself," said my informant, shaking her head at old Mr. Turveydrop with speechless indignation as he drew on his tight gloves, of course unconscious of the homage she was tendering. "He fully believes he is one of the aristocracy, and is so condescending to the son he so egregiously deludes, that you might suppose him the most virtuous of parents." "Oh," said the old lady, apostrophising him with infinite vehemence, "I could bite you." I could not help being amused, though I had heard the old lady out with feelings of real concern. It was difficult to doubt her, with the father and son before me. What I might have thought of them without the old lady's account, or what I might have thought of the old lady's account without them, I cannot say. There was a fitness of things in the whole that carried conviction with it. My eyes were yet wandering from young Mr. Turveydrop working so hard to old Mr. Turveydrop deporting himself so beautifully, when the latter came ambling up to me and entered into conversation. He asked me first of all whether I conferred a charm and a distinction on London by residing in it. I did not think it necessary to reply that I was perfectly aware I should not do that in any case, but merely told him where I did reside. "A lady so graceful and accomplished," he said, kissing his right glove, and afterwards extending it towards the pupils, "will look leniently on the deficiencies here. We do our best to polish, polish, polish." He sat down beside me, taking some pains to sit on the form, I thought, in imitation of the print of his illustrious model on the sofa, and really he did look very like it. "To polish, polish, polish," he repeated, taking a pinch of snuff and gently fluttering his fingers. "But we are not, if I may say so, to one form to be graceful by both nature and art." With the high-shouldered bow, which it seemed impossible for him to make without lifting up his eyebrows and shutting his eyes, "we are not what we used to be in point of deportment." "Are we not, sir?" said I. "We have degenerated," he returned, shaking his head, which he could do, to a very limited extent, in his cravat. "A levelling age is not favourable to deportment. It develops vulgarity. Perhaps I speak with some little partiality. It may not be for me to say that I have been called, for some years now, Gentleman Turveydrop, or that His Royal Highness the Prince Regent did me the honour to inquire, on my removing my hat as he drove out of the pavilion at Brighton, that fine building. Who is he? Who the devil is he? Why don't I know him? Why hasn't he 30,000 a year? But these are little matters of anecdote. The general property, ma'am, still repeated occasionally among the upper classes. Indeed, said I. He replied with a high-shouldered bow. Where what is left among us of deportment, he added, still lingers. England, alas, my country, has degenerated very much, and is degenerating every day. She has not many gentlemen left. We are few. I see nothing to succeed us but a race of weavers. One might hope that the race of gentlemen would be perpetuated here, said I. You are very good, he smiled, with a high-shouldered bow again. You flatter me. But no, I have never been able to imbue my poor boy with that part of his art. Heaven forbid that I should disparage my dear child, but he has no deportment. He appears to be an excellent master, I observed. Understand me, my dear madam, he is an excellent master. All that can be acquired, he has acquired. All that can be imparted, he can impart. But there are things... He took another pinch of snuff and made the bow again, as if to add, this kind of thing, for instance. I glanced toward the centre of the room, where Miss Jellyby's lover, now engaged with single pupils, was undergoing a greater drudgery than ever. My amiable child, murmured Mr. Turveydrop, adjusting his cravat. Your son is indefatigable, said I. It is my reward, said Mr. Turveydrop, to hear you say so. In some respects he treads in the footsteps of his sainted mother. She was a devoted creature. But woman, lovely woman, said Mr. Turveydrop, with a very disagreeable gallantry, what a sex you are! I rose and joined Miss Jellyby, who was by this time putting on her bonnet. The time allotted to a lesson having fully elapsed, there was a general putting on of bonnets. When Miss Jellyby and the unfortunate prince found an opportunity to become betrothed, I don't know, but they certainly found none on this occasion to exchange a dozen words. My dear, said Mr. Turveydrop benignly to his son, do you know the hour? No, father. The son had no watch. The father had a handsome gold one, which he pulled out, with an air that was an example to mankind. My son, said he, it's 2:00. Recollect your school at Kensington at 3. That's time enough for me, father, said Prince. I can take a morsel of dinner, standing, and be off. My dear boy, returned the father, you must be very quick. You will find the cold mutton on the table. Thank you, father. Are you off now, father? Yes, my dear, I suppose, said Mr. Turveydrop, shutting his eyes and lifting up his shoulders with modest consciousness, that I must show myself as usual about town. You had better dine out comfortably somewhere, said his son. My dear child, I intend to. I shall take my little meal, I think, at the French house, in the Opera Colonnade. That's right. Good-bye, father, said Prince, shaking hands. Good-bye, my son. Bless you. Mr. Turveydrop said this in quite a pious manner, and it seemed to do his son good, who, in parting from him, was so pleased with him, so dutiful to him, and so proud of him, that I almost felt as if it were an unkindness to the younger man not to be able to believe implicitly in the elder. The few moments that were occupied by Prince in taking leave of us, and particularly of one of us, as I saw, being in the secret, enhanced my favourable impression of his almost childish character. I felt a liking for him, and a compassion for him, as he put his little kit in his pocket, and with it his desire to stay a little while with Caddy, and went away good-humouredly to his cold mutton and his school in Kensington, that made me scarcely less irate with his father than the censorious old lady. The father opened the room door for us, and bowed us out in a manner, I must acknowledge, worthy of his shining original. In the same style he presently passed us on the other side of the street, on his way to the aristocratic part of town, where he was going to show himself among the few other gentlemen left. For some moments I was so lost in reconsidering what I had heard and seen in Newman Street, that I was quite unable to talk to Caddy, or even to fix my attention on what she had said to me, especially when I began to inquire in my mind whether there were, or ever had been, any other gentlemen, not in the dancing profession, who lived and founded a reputation entirely on their deportment. This became so bewildering, and suggested the possibility of so many Mr. Turveydrops, that I said, "Esther, you must make up your mind to abandon this subject altogether, and attend to Caddy." I accordingly did so, and we chatted all the rest of the way to Lincoln's Inn. Caddy told me that her lover's education had been so neglected that it was not always easy to read his notes. She said if he were not so anxious about his spelling, and took less pains to make it clear, he would do better. But he put so many unnecessary letters into short words that they sometimes quite lost their English appearance. "He does it with the best intention," observed Caddy, "but it hasn't the effect he means, poor fellow." Caddy then went on to reason. How could he be expected to be a scholar when he had passed his whole life in the dancing school, and had done nothing but teach and fag and teach, morning, noon, and night? And what did it matter? She could write letters enough for both, as she knew to her cost, and it was far better for him to be amiable than learned. Besides, it's not as if I was an accomplished girl who had any right to give herself airs, said Caddy. I know little enough, I am sure, thanks to Ma. There's another thing I want to tell you, now we are alone, continued Caddy, which I should not have liked to mention unless you had seen Prince, Miss Summerson. You know what a house ours is. It's of no use my trying to learn anything that it would be useful for Prince's wife to know, in our house. We live in such a state of muddle that it's impossible, and I have only been more disheartened whenever I have tried. So I get a little practice with, who do you think? Poor Miss Flite. Early in the morning I help her to tidy her room and clean her birds, and I make her cup of coffee for her. Of course she taught me, and I have learned to make it so well that Prince says it's the very best coffee he ever tasted, and would quite delight old Mr. Turveydrop, who is very particular about his coffee. I can make little puddings too, and I know how to buy neck of mutton, and tea, and sugar, and butter, and a good many housekeeping things. I am not clever at my needle yet, said Caddy, glancing at the repairs on Peepy's frock. But perhaps I shall improve, and since I have been engaged to Prince, and have been doing all this, I have felt better tempered, I hope, and more forgiving to Ma. It rather put me out at first, this morning, to see you and Miss Clare looking so neat and pretty, and to feel ashamed of Peepy and myself too. but on the whole I hope I am better tempered than I was, and more forgiving to Ma." The poor girl, trying so hard, said it from her heart, and touched mine. "Caddy, my love," I replied, "I begin to have a great affection for you, and I hope we shall become friends." "Oh, do you?" cried Caddy. "How happy that would make me!" "Oh, dear Caddy," said I, "let us be friends from this time, and let us often have a chat about these matters, and try to find the right way through them." Caddy was overjoyed. I said everything I could, in my old-fashioned way, to comfort and encourage her, and I would not have objected to old Mr. Turveydrop that day for any smaller consideration than a settlement on his daughter-in-law. By this time we were come to Mr. Crookes, whose private door stood open. There was a bill pasted on the doorpost, announcing a room to let on the second floor. It reminded Caddy to tell me, as we proceeded upstairs, that there had been a sudden death there, and an inquest, and that our little friend had been ill of the fright. The door and the window of the vacant room being open, we looked in. It was the room with the dark door, to which Miss Flite had secretly directed my attention when I was last in the house. A sad and desolate place it was, a gloomy, sorrowful place, that gave me a strange sensation of mournfulness and even dread. "You look pale," said Caddy, when we came out, "and cold." I felt as if the room had chilled me. We had walked slowly, while we were talking, and my guardian and Ada were here before us. We found them in Miss Flite's garret. They were looking at the birds, while a medical gentleman, who was so good as to attend Miss Flite with much solicitude and compassion, spoke with her cheerfully by the fire. "I have finished my professional visit," he said, coming forward. "Miss Flite is much better, and may appear in court, as her mind is set upon it, to-morrow. She has been greatly missed there, I understand." Miss Flite received the compliment with complacency, and dropped a general curtsy to us. "Honoured indeed," said she, "by another visit from the wards in Jarndyce. Very happy to receive Jarndyce of Bleak House beneath my humble roof," with a special curtsy. "Fitzjarndyce, my dear." She had bestowed that name on Caddy, it appeared, and always called her by it. A double welcome. "Has she been very ill?" asked Mr. Jarndyce of the gentleman whom we had found in attendance on her. She answered for herself directly, though he had put the question in a whisper. "Oh, decidedly unwell. Oh, very unwell indeed," she said confidentially. "Not pain, you know. Trouble. Not bodily so much as nervous. The truth is," in a subdued voice and trembling, "we have had death here. There was poison in the house. I am very susceptible to horrid things. It frightened me. Only Mr. Woodcourt knows how much. My physician, Mr. Woodcourt," with great stateliness. "The wards in Jarndyce? Jarndyce of Bleak House. Fitzjarndyce." "Miss Flite," said Mr. Woodcourt, in a grave, kind voice, as if he were appealing to her while speaking to us, and laying his hand gently on her arm. "Miss Flite describes her illness with her usual accuracy. She was alarmed by an occurrence in the house which might have alarmed a stronger person, and was made ill by the distress and agitation. She brought me here in the first hurry of the discovery, though too late for me to be of any use to the unfortunate man. I have compensated myself for that disappointment by coming here since, and being of some small use to her." "The kindest physician in the college," whispered Miss Flite to me. "I expect a judgment on the day of judgment, and shall then confer estates." "She will be as well in a day or two," said Mr. Woodcourt, looking at her with an observant smile, "as she ever will be. In other words, quite well, of course. Have you heard of her good fortune?" "Most extraordinary," said Miss Flite, smiling brightly. "You never heard of such a thing, my dear. Every Saturday, Conversation Kenji, or Guppy, clerk to Conversation Kenji, places in my hand a paper of shillings, I assure you, always the same number in the paper, always one for every day in the week. Now you know, really. So well timed, is it not? Yes. From whence do these papers come, you say? That is the great question. Naturally. Shall I tell you what I think?" "I think," said Miss Flite, drawing herself back with a very shrewd look, and shaking her right forefinger in a most significant manner, "that the Lord Chancellor, aware of the length of time during which the Great Seal has been open (for it has been open a long time), forwards then, until the judgment I expect is given. Now, that's very creditable, you know, to confess in that way, that he is a little slow for human life, so delicate. Attending court the other day (I attend it regularly, with my documents), I taxed him with it, and he almost confessed. That is, I smiled at him from my bench, and he smiled at me from his bench. But it's great good fortune, is it not? And Jarndyce lays the money out for me to great advantage. Oh, I assure you, the greatest advantage." I congratulated her, as she addressed herself to me, upon this fortunate addition to her income, and wished her a long continuance of it. I did not speculate upon the source from which it came, or wonder whose humanity was so considerate. My guardian stood before me, contemplating the birds, and I had no need to look beyond him. "And what do you call these little fellows, ma'am?" said he in his pleasant voice. "Have they any names?" "I can answer for Miss Flite that they have," said I, "for she promised to tell us what they were. Ada remembers." Ada remembered very well. "Did I?" said Miss Flite. "Who's that at my door? What are you listening at my door for, Crook?" The old man of the house, pushing it open before him, appeared there with his fur cap in his hand, and his cat at his heels. "I weren't listening, Miss Flite," he said. "I was going to give rap with my knuckles, only you're so quick." "Make your cat go down. Drive her away," the old lady angrily exclaimed. "Bah, bah! There ain't no danger, gentlefolks," said Mr. Crook, looking slowly and sharply from one to another until he had looked at all of us. "She'd never offer at the birds when I was here, unless I told her to it." "You will excuse my landlord," said the old lady, with a dignified air. Quite. What do you want, Crook, when I have company?" "Hi!" said the old man. "You know I am the Chancellor." "Well," returned Miss Flite, "what of that?" "For the Chancellor," said the old man, with a chuckle, "not to be acquainted with a Jarndyce is queer, ain't it, Miss Flite? Mightn't I take the liberty?" "Your servant, sir. I know Jarndyce and Jarndyce almost as well as you do, sir. I knowed old Squire Tom, sir. I never to my knowledge see you afore, though, not even in court. Yet I go there a mortal sight of times in the course of the year, taking one day with another." "I never go there," said Mr. Jarndyce, which he never did on any consideration. "I would sooner go somewhere else." "Would you, though?" returned Krook, grinning. "You're bearing hard upon my noble and learned brother in your meaning, sir, though perhaps it is but natural in a Jarndyce. The burnt child, sir. What, you're looking at my lodger's birds, Mr. Jarndyce?" The old man had come by little and little into the room, until he now touched my guardian with his elbow, and looked close up into his face with his spectacled eyes. It's one of her strange ways that she'll never tell the names of these birds if she can help it, though she's named them all. This was in a whisper. "Shall I run 'em over, Flight?" he asked aloud, winking at us and pointing at her as she turned away, affecting to sweep the grate. "If you like," she answered hurriedly. The old man, looking up the cages after another look at us, went through the list. Hope, joy, youth, peace, rest, life, dust, ashes, waste, want, ruin, despair, madness, death, cunning, folly, words, wigs, rags, sheepskin, plunder, precedent, jargon, gammon, and spinach. "That's the whole collection," said the old man, "all cooped up together by my noble and learned brother." "This is a bitter wind," muttered my guardian. "When my noble and learned brother gives his judgment, they're to be let go free," said Krook, winking at us again. "And then," he added, whispering and grinning, "if that ever was to happen, which it won't, the birds that have never been caged would kill 'em." "If ever the wind was in the east," said my guardian, pretending to look out of the window for a weathercock, "I think it's there to-day." We found it very difficult to get away from the house. It was not Miss Flite who detained us. She was as reasonable a little creature in consulting the convenience of others as there possibly could be. It was Mr. Krook. He seemed unable to detach himself from Mr. Jarndyce. If he had been linked to him, he could hardly have attended him more closely. He proposed to show us his Court of Chancery, and all the strange medley it contained. During the whole of our inspection, prolonged by himself, he kept close to Mr. Jarndyce, and sometimes detained him, under one pretence or other, until we had passed on, as if he were tormented by an inclination to enter upon some secret subject, which he could not make up his mind to approach. I cannot imagine a countenance and manner more singularly expressive of caution and indecision, and a perpetual impulse to do something he could not resolve to venture on, than Mr. Krook's was that day. His watchfulness of my guardian was incessant. He rarely removed his eyes from his face. If he went on beside him, he observed him with the slyness of an old white fox. If he went before, he looked back. When we stood still, he got opposite to him, and drawing his hand across his open mouth, with a curious expression of a sense of power, and turning up his eyes, and lowering his grey eyebrows until they appeared to be shut, seemed to scan every lineament of his face. At last, having been, always attended by the cat, all over the house, and having seen the whole stock of miscellaneous lumber, which was certainly curious, we came into the back part of the shop. Here, on the head of an empty barrel, stood on end, were an ink bottle, some old stumps of pens, some dirty playbills, and against the wall were pasted several large printed alphabets in several plain hands. "What are you doing here?" asked my guardian. "Trying to learn myself to read and write," said Krook. "And how do you get on?" "Slow, bad," returned the gentleman impatiently. "It's hard at my time of life." It would be easier to be taught by someone, said my guardian. Ay, but they might teach me wrong, returned the old man, with a wonderfully suspicious flash of his eye. I don't know what I may have lost by not being learned afore. I wouldn't like to lose anything by being learned wrong now. Wrong? Said my guardian with his good-humoured smile. Who do you suppose would teach you wrong? I don't know, Mr. Jarndyce of Bleak House, replied the old man, turning up his spectacles on his forehead and rubbing his hands. I don't suppose anybody would, but I'd rather trust my own self than another. These answers and his manner were strange enough to cause my guardian to inquire of Mr. Woodcourt, as we all walked across Lincoln's Inn together, whether Mr. Krook were really, as his lodger represented him, deranged. The young surgeon replied, no, he had seen no reason to think so. He was exceedingly distrustful, as ignorance usually was, and he was always more or less under the influence of raw gin, which he drank great quantities of, and of which he and his back shop, as we might have observed, smelt strongly. But he did not think him mad as yet. On our way home, I so conciliated Peepy's affections by buying him a windmill and 2 flour sacks, that he would suffer nobody else to take off his hat and gloves, and would sit nowhere at dinner but at my side. Caddy sat upon the other side of me, next to Ada, to whom we imparted the whole history of the engagement as soon as we got back. We made much of Caddy and Peepy too, and Caddy brightened exceedingly, and my guardian was as merry as we were, and we were all very happy indeed, until Caddy went home at night in a hackney coach, with Peepy fast asleep, but holding tight to the windmill. I have forgotten to mention, at least I have not mentioned, that Mr. Woodcourt was the same dark young surgeon whom we had met at Mr. Badger's, or that Mr. Jarndyce invited him to dinner that day, or that he came, or that when they were all gone, and I said to Ada, "Now, my darling, let us have a little talk about Richard," Ada laughed and said, "But I don't think it matters what my darling said. She was always merry." End of chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleak House by Charles Dickens, Chapter 15. Bellyard. While we were in London, Mr. Jarndyce was constantly beset by the crowd of excitable ladies and gentlemen whose proceedings had so much astonished us. Mr. Quayle, who presented himself soon after our arrival, was in all such excitements. He seemed to project those 2 shining knobs of temples of his into everything that went on, and to brush his hair farther and farther back, until the very roots were almost ready to fly out of his head in an inappeasable philanthropy. All objects were alike to him, but he was always particularly ready for anything in the way of a testimonial to anyone. His great power seemed to be his power of indiscriminate admiration. He would sit for any length of time with the utmost enjoyment, bathing his temples in the light of any order of luminary. Having first seen him perfectly swallowed up in admiration of Mrs. Jellyby, I had supposed her to be the absorbing object of his devotion. I soon discovered my mistake, and found him to be train-bearer and organ-blower to a whole procession of people. Mrs. Pardiggle came one day for a subscription to something, and with her Mr. Quayle. Whatever Mrs. Pardiggle said, Mr. Quayle repeated to us, and just as he had drawn Mrs. Jellyby out, he drew Mrs. Pardiggle out. Mrs. Pardiggle wrote a letter of introduction to my guardian, in behalf of her eloquent friend, Mr. Gusher. With Mr. Gusher appeared Mr. Quayle again. Mr. Gusher, being a flabby gentleman with a moist surface, and eyes so much too small for his moon of a face that they seemed to have been originally made for somebody else, was not at first sight prepossessing. Yet he was scarcely seated before Mr. Quayle asked Ada and me, not inaudibly, whether he was not a great creature, which he certainly was, flabbily speaking, though Mr. Quayle meant in intellectual beauty, and whether we were not struck by his massive configuration of brow. In short, we heard of a great many missions of various sorts among this set of people, but nothing respecting them was half so clear to us as that it was Mr. Quayle's mission to be in ecstasies with everybody else's mission, and that it was the most popular mission of all. Mr. Jarndyce had fallen into this company in the tenderness of his heart and his earnest desire to do all the good in his power, but that he felt it to be too often an unsatisfactory company, where benevolence took spasmodic forms, where charity was assumed as a regular uniform by loud professors and speculators in cheap notoriety, vehement in profession, restless and vain in action, servile in the last degree of meanness to the great, adulatory of one another, and intolerable to those who were anxious quietly to help the weak from falling, rather than with a great deal of bluster and self-laudation to raise them up a little way when they were down, he plainly told us. When a testimonial was originated to Mr. Quayle by Mr. Gusher, who had already got one originated by Mr. Quayle, and when Mr. Gusher spoke for an hour and a half on the subject to a meeting including 2 charity schools of small boys and girls, who were specially reminded of the widow's mite, and requested to come forward with halfpence and be acceptable sacrifices, I think the wind was in the east for 3 whole weeks. I mention this because I am coming to Mr. Skimpole again. It seemed to me that his off-hand professions of childishness and carelessness were a great relief to my guardian, by contrast with such things, and were the more readily believed in, since to find one perfectly undesigning and candid man among many opposites could not fail to give him pleasure. I should be sorry to imply that Mr. Skimpole divined this, and was politic. I really never understood him well enough to know. What he was to my guardian, he certainly was to the rest of the world. He had not been very well, and thus, though he lived in London, we had seen nothing of him until now. He appeared one morning in his usual agreeable way, and as full of pleasant spirits as ever. Well, he said, here he was. He had been bilious, but rich men were often bilious, and therefore he had been persuading himself that he was a man of property. So he was, in a certain point of view, in his expansive intentions. He had been enriching his medical attendant in the most lavish manner. He had always doubled and sometimes quadrupled his fees. He had said to the doctor, "Now, my dear doctor, it is quite a delusion on your part to suppose that you attend me for nothing. I am overwhelming you with money in my expansive intentions, if you only knew it." And really, he said, he meant it to that degree that he thought it much the same as doing it. If he had had those bits of metal or thin paper to which mankind attach so much importance, to put in the doctor's hand, he would have put them in the doctor's hand. Not having them, he substituted the will for the deed. Very well, if he really meant it. If his will were genuine and real, which it was, it appeared to him that it was the same as coin, and cancelled the obligation. It may be partly because I know nothing of the value of money, said Mr. Skimpole, but I often feel this. It seems so reasonable. My butcher says to me, he wants that little bill. It's part of the pleasant unconscious poetry of man's nature that he always calls it a little bill, to make the payment appear easy to both of us. I reply to the butcher, my good friend, if you knew it, you are paid. You haven't had the trouble of coming to ask for the little bill. You are paid. I mean it. But suppose, said my guardian, laughing, he had meant the meat in the bill instead of providing it. My dear Jarndyce, he returned, you surprise me. You take the butcher's position. A butcher I once dealt with occupied that very ground. Says he, why did you eat spring lamb at 18 pence a pound? Why did I eat spring lamb at 18 pence a pound, my honest friend? Said I, naturally amazed by the question. I like spring lamb. This was so far convincing. Well, sir, says he, I wish I had meant the lamb as you mean the money. My good fellow, said I, pray let us reason like intellectual beings. How could that be? It was impossible. You had got the lamb, and I have not got the money. You couldn't really mean the lamb without sending it in, whereas I can and do really mean the money without paying it. He had not a word. There was an end of the subject. Did he take no legal proceedings? Inquired my guardian. Yes, he took legal proceedings, said Mr. Skimpole, but in that he was influenced by passion, not by reason. Passion reminds me of Boythorn. He writes me that you and the ladies have promised him a short visit at his bachelor house in Lincolnshire. He is a great favourite with my girls, said Mr. Jarndyce, and I have promised for them. Nature forgot to shade him off, I think, observed Mr. Skimpole to Ada and me. A little too boisterous, like the sea. A little too vehement, like a bull who has made up his mind to consider every colour scarlet. But I grant a sledge-hammering sort of merit in him. I should have been surprised if those two could have thought very highly of one another, Mr. Boythorn attaching so much importance to many things, and Mr. Skimpole caring so little for anything. Besides which, I had noticed Mr. Boythorn more than once on the point of breaking out into some strong opinion when Mr. Skimpole was referred to. Of course, I merely joined Ada in saying that we had been greatly pleased with him. He has invited me, said Mr. Skimpole, and if a child may trust himself in such hands, which the present child is encouraged to do, with the united tenderness of two angels to guard him, I shall go. He proposes to frank me down and back again. I suppose it will cost money. Shillings, perhaps, or pounds, or something of that sort. By the by, Coavinses. You remember our friend Coavinses, Miss Summerson. He asked me, as the subject arose in his mind, in his graceful, light-hearted manner, and without the least embarrassment. Oh, yes, said I. Coavinses has been arrested by the great bailiff, said Mr. Skimpole. He will never do violence to the sunshine any more. It quite shocked me to hear it, for I had already recalled, with anything but a serious association, the image of the man sitting on the sofa that night, wiping his head. His successor informed me of it yesterday, said Mr. Skimpole. His successor is in my house now, in possession, I think he calls it. He came yesterday, on my blue-eyed daughter's birthday. I put it to him. This is unreasonable and inconvenient. If you had a blue-eyed daughter, you wouldn't like me to come uninvited on her birthday. But he stayed. Mr. Skimpole laughed at the pleasant absurdity and lightly touched the piano by which he was seated. "And he told me," he said, playing little chords where I shall put full stops, "that Coavinses had left 3 children, no mother, and that Coavinses' profession, being unpopular, the rising Coavinses were at a considerable disadvantage." Mr. Jarndyce got up, rubbing his head, and began to walk about. Mr. Skimpole played the melody of one of Ada's favourite songs. Ada and I both looked at Mr. Jarndyce, thinking that we knew what was passing in his mind. After walking and stopping, and several times leaving off rubbing his head and beginning again, my guardian put his hand upon the keys and stopped Mr. Skimpole's playing. "I don't like this, Skimpole," he said thoughtfully. Mr. Skimpole, who had quite forgotten the subject, looked up surprised. "The man was necessary," pursued my guardian, walking backward and forward in the very short space between the piano and the end of the room, and rubbing his hair up from the back of his head as if a high east wind had blown it into that form. "If we make such men necessary by our faults and follies, or by our want of worldly knowledge, or by our misfortunes, we must not revenge ourselves upon them. There was no harm in his trade. He maintained his children. One would like to know more about this." "Oh, Coavinses!" cried Mr. Skimpole, at length perceiving what he meant. "Nothing easier. A walk to Coavinses' headquarters, and you can know what you will." Mr. Jarndyce nodded to us, who were only waiting for the signal. "Come, we shall walk that way, my dears. Why not that way as soon as another?" We were quickly ready and went out. Mr. Skimpole went with us, and quite enjoyed the expedition. It was so new and refreshing, he said, for him to want Coavinses instead of Coavinses wanting him. He took us first to Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane, where there was a house with barred windows, which he called Coavinses' Castle. On our going into the entry and ringing a bell, a very hideous boy came out of a sort of office and looked at us over a spiked wicket. "What did you want?" said the boy, fitting 2 of the spikes into his chin. "There was a follower, or an officer, or something, here," said Mr. Jarndyce. "Who is dead." "Yes," said the boy. "Well, I want to know his name, if you please." "Name of Neckett," said the boy. "And his address?" "Bellyard," said the boy. "Chandler's shop, left side. Name of Blinder." "Was he— I don't know how to shape the question," murmured my guardian. "Industrious?" "Was Neckett?" said the boy. "Yes, very much so. He was never tired of watching. He'd set upon a post at a street corner 8 or 10 hours at a stretch, if he undertook to do it." "He might have done worse," I heard my guardian soliloquize. "He might have undertaken to do it, and not done it. Thank you. That's all I want." We left the boy, with his head on one side, and his arms on the gate, fondling and sucking the spikes, and went back to Lincoln's Inn, where Mr. Skimpole, who had not cared to remain near a Coavinses, awaited us. Then we all went to Bellyard, a narrow alley, at a very short distance. We soon found the chandler's shop. In it was a good-natured looking old woman with a dropsy, or an asthma, or perhaps both. "Neckett's children?" said she in reply to my inquiry. "Yes, surely, miss. 3 pair, if you please. Door right opposite the stairs." And she handed me the key across the counter. I glanced at the key and glanced at her, but she took it for granted that I knew what to do with it. As it could only be intended for the children's door, I came out without asking any more questions and led the way up the dark stairs. We went as quietly as we could, but 4 of us made some noise on the aged boards, and when we came to the second story, we found we had disturbed a man who was standing there looking out of his room. "Is it Gridley that's wanted?" he said, fixing his eyes on me with an angry stare. "No, sir," said I. "I am going higher up." He looked at Ada, and at Mr. Jarndyce, and at Mr. Skimpole, fixing the same angry stare on each in succession as they passed and followed me. Mr. Jarndyce gave him good day. "Good day," he said abruptly and fiercely. He was a tall, sallow man, with a careworn head on which but little hair remained, a deeply lined face, and prominent eyes. He had a combative look and a chafing, irritable manner, which, associated with his figure, still large and powerful, though evidently in its decline, rather alarmed me. He had a pen in his hand, and in the glimpse I caught of his room in passing, I saw that it was covered with a litter of papers. Leaving him standing there, we went up to the top room. I tapped at the door, and a little shrill voice inside said, "We are locked in. Mrs. Blinder's got the key." I applied the key on hearing this, and opened the door. In a poor room, with a sloping ceiling, and containing very little furniture, was a mite of a boy, some 5 or 6 years old, nursing and hushing a heavy child of 18 months. There was no fire, though the weather was cold. Both children were wrapped in some poor shawls and tippets as a substitute. Their clothing was not so warm, however, but that their noses looked red and pinched, and their small figures shrunken, as the boy walked up and down, nursing and hushing the child with its head on his shoulder. "Who has locked you up here alone?" we naturally asked. "Charlie," said the boy, standing still to gaze at us. "Is Charlie your brother?" "No, she's my sister, Charlotte. Father called her Charlie." "Are there any more of you besides Charlie?" "Me," said the boy, "and Emma," patting the limp bonnet of the child he was nursing, "and Charlie." "Where is Charlie now?" "Out a-washing," said the boy, beginning to walk up and down again, and taking the nankeen bonnet much too near the bedstead by trying to gaze at us at the same time. We were looking at one another and at these two children, when there came into the room a very little girl, childish in figure, but shrewd and older looking in the face, pretty face too, wearing a womanly sort of bonnet much too large for her, and drying her bare arms on a womanly sort of apron. Her fingers were white and wrinkled with washing, and the soapsuds were yet smoking which she wiped off her arms. But for this she might have been a child, playing at washing, and imitating a poor working woman with a quick observation of the truth. She had come running from some place in the neighbourhood, and had made all the haste she could. Consequently, though she was very light, she was out of breath, and could not speak at first, as she stood panting and wiping her arms and looking quietly at us. "Oh, here's Charlie," said the boy. The child he was nursing stretched forth its arms and cried out to be taken by Charlie. The little girl took it in a womanly sort of manner belonging to the apron and the bonnet, and stood looking at us over the burden that clung to her most affectionately. "It is possible," whispered my guardian, as we put a chair for the little creature, and got her to sit down with her load, the boy keeping close to her, holding to her apron, "that this child works for the rest. Look at this. For God's sake, look at this." It was a thing to look at. The 3 children close together, and 2 of them relying solely on the third, and the third so young, and yet with an air of age and steadiness that sat so strangely on the childish figure. "Charlie, Charlie," said my guardian, "how old are you?" "Over 13, sir," replied the child. "Oh, what a great age!" said my guardian. "What a great age, Charlie!" I cannot describe the tenderness with which he spoke to her, half playfully, yet all the more compassionately and mournfully. "And do you live alone here with these babies, Charlie?" said my guardian. "Yes, sir," returned the child, looking up into his face with perfect confidence, "since father died." "And how do you live, Charlie?" "Oh, Charlie," said my guardian, turning his face away for a moment, "how do you live?" "Since father died, sir, I've gone out to work. I'm out washing to-day." "God help you, Charlie," said my guardian. "You're not tall enough to reach the tub." "In patents I am, sir," she said quickly. "I've got a high pair as belonged to mother." "And when did mother die? Poor mother!" "Mother died just after Emma was born," said the child, glancing at the face upon her bosom. "Then father said I was to be as good a mother to her as I could, and so I tried. And so I worked at home, and did cleaning and nursing and washing for a long time before I began to go out. And that's how I know how. Don't you see, sir?" "And do you often go out?" "As often as I can," said Charlie, opening her eyes and smiling, "because of earning sixpences and shillings." "And do you always lock the babies up when you go out?" "To keep 'em safe, sir, don't you see?" said Charlie. "Mrs. Blinder comes up now and then, and Mr. Gridley comes up sometimes, and perhaps I can run in sometimes, and they can play, you know, and Tom ain't afraid of being locked up, are you, Tom?" "No," said Tom stoutly. "When it comes on dark, the lamps are lighted down in the court, and they show up here quite bright, almost quite bright, don't they, Tom?" "Yes, Charlie," said Tom, "almost quite bright." "And he's as good as gold," said the little creature, oh, in such a motherly, womanly way. "And when Emma's tired, he puts her to bed, and when he's tired, he goes to bed himself. And when I come home and light the candle, and has a bit of supper, he sits up again and has it with me. Don't you, Tom?" "Oh, yes, Charlie," said Tom, "that I do." And either in this glimpse of the great pleasure of his life, or in gratitude and love for Charlie, who was all in all to him, he laid his face among the scanty folds of her frock, and passed from laughing into crying. It was the first time since our entry that a tear had been shed among these children. The little orphan girl had spoken of their father and their mother as if all that sorrow were subdued by the necessity of taking courage, and by her childish importance in being able to work, and by her bustling, busy way. But now, when Tom cried, although she sat quite tranquil, looking quietly at us, and did not by any movement disturb a hair of the head of either of her little charges, I saw 2 silent tears fall down her face. I stood at the window with Ada, pretending to look at the housetops, and the blackening stack of chimneys, and the poor plants, and the birds in little cages belonging to the neighbours, when I found that Mrs. Blinder, from the shop below, had come in (perhaps it had taken her all this time to get upstairs), and was talking to my guardian. "It's not much to forgive 'em the rent, sir," she said. "Who could take it from them?" "Well, well," said my guardian to us two, "it is enough that the time will come when this good woman will find that it was much, and that forasmuch as she did it unto the least of these, this child," he added after a few moments, "could she possibly continue this?" "Really, sir, I think she might," said Mrs. Blinder, getting her heavy breath by painful degrees. "She's as handy as it's possible to be. Bless you, sir, the way she tended them 2 children after the mother died was the talk of the yard. And it was a wonder to see her with him after he took ill, it really was. Mrs. Blinder," he said to me, the very last he spoke. He was lying there. Mrs. Blinder, whatever my calling may have been, I see an angel sitting in this room last night along with my child, and I trust her to our Father." "He had no other calling?" said my guardian. "No, sir," returned Mrs. Blinder. "He was nothing but a follerer. When he first came to lodge here, I didn't know what he was, and I confess that when I found out I gave him notice. It wasn't liked in the yard. It wasn't approved by the other lodgers. It is not a genteel calling," said Mrs. Blinder, "and most people do object to it. Mr. Gridley objected to it very strong, and he is a good lodger, though his temper has been hard tried." "So you gave him notice?" said my guardian. "So I gave him notice," said Mrs. Blinder. "But really, when the time came, and I knew no other ill of him, I was in doubts. He was punctual and diligent. He did what he had to do, sir," said Mrs. Blinder, unconsciously fixing Mr. Skimpole with her eye, "and it's something in this world even to do that." "So you kept him after all?" "Why, I said that if he could arrange with Mr. Gridley, I could arrange it with the other lodgers, and should not so much mind in being liked or disliked in the yard. Mr. Gridley gave his consent gruff, but he gave it. He was always gruff with him, but he has been kind to the children since. A person is never known till a person is proved." "Have many people been kind to the children?" asked Mr. Jarndyce. "Upon the whole, not so bad," said Mrs. Blinder, "but certainly not so many as would have been if their father's calling had been different. Mr. Coavince gave a guinea, and the fullerers made up a little purse. Some neighbours in the yard, that had always joked and tapped their shoulders when he went by, came forward with a little subscription, and, in general, not so bad. Similarly with Charlotte. Some people won't employ her because she was a fullerer's child. Some people that do employ her cast it at her. Some make a merit of having her to work for them, with that and all her drawbacks upon her, and perhaps pay her less and put upon her more. But she's patienter than others would be, and is clever too, and is always willing, up to the full mark of her strength and over. So I should say in general, not so bad, sir, but might be better." Mrs. Blinder sat down to give herself a more favourable opportunity of recovering her breath, exhausted anew by so much talking before it was fully restored. Mr. Jarndyce was turning to speak to us, when his attention was attracted by the abrupt entrance into the room of the Mr. Gridley who had been mentioned, and whom we had seen on our way up. "I don't know what you may be doing here, ladies and gentlemen," he said, as if he resented our presence, "but you'll excuse my coming in. I don't come in to stare about me. Well, Charlie, well, Tom, well, little one, how is it with us to-day?" He bent over the group in a caressing way, and clearly was regarded as a friend by the children, though his face retained its stern character, and his manner to us was as rude as could be. My guardian noticed it, and respected it. "No one, surely, would come here to stare about him," he said mildly. "Maybe so, sir, maybe so," returned the other, taking Tom upon his knee and waving him off impatiently. "I don't want to argue with ladies and gentlemen. I have had enough of arguing to last one man his life." "You have sufficient reason, I dare say," said Mr. Jarndyce, "for being chafed and irritated." "There again," exclaimed the man, becoming violently angry. "I am of a quarrelsome temper. I am irascible. I am not polite. Not very, I think." "Sir," said Gridley, putting down the child, and going up to him as if he meant to strike him, "do you know anything of courts of equity?" "Perhaps I do, to my sorrow." To your sorrow? Said the man, pausing in his wrath. If so, I beg your pardon. I am not polite, I know. I beg your pardon, sir, with renewed violence. I have been dragged for 25 years over burning iron, and I have lost the habit of treading upon velvet. Go into the court of chancery yonder, and ask what is one of the standing jokes that brighten up their business sometimes, and they will tell you that the best joke they have is the man from Shropshire. I, he said, beating one hand on the other passionately, am the man from Shropshire. I believe I and my family have also had the honour of furnishing some entertainment in the same grave place, said my guardian composedly. You may have heard my name. Jarndyce. Mr. Jarndyce, said Gridley, with a rough sort of salutation, you bear your wrongs more quietly than I can bear mine. More than that, I tell you, and I tell this gentleman and these young ladies, if they are friends of yours, that if I took my wrongs in any other way, I should be driven mad. It is only by resenting them and by revenging them in my mind, and by angrily demanding the justice I never get, that I am able to keep my wits together. It is only that, he said, speaking in a homely, rustic way, and with great vehemence. You may tell me that I overexcite myself. I answer that it's in my nature to do it under wrong, and I must do it. There's nothing between doing it and sinking into the smiling state of the poor little mad woman that haunts the court. If I was once to sit down under it, I should become imbecile. The passion and heat in which he was, and the manner in which his face worked, and the violent gestures with which he accompanied what he said, were most painful to see. Mr. Jarndyce, he said, consider my case. As true as there is a heaven above us, this is my case. I am one of two brothers. My father, a farmer, made a will, and left his farm and stock, and so forth, to my mother, for her life. After my mother's death, all was to come to me, except a legacy of £300 that I was to pay to my brother. My mother died. My brother, some time afterwards, claimed his legacy. I and some of my relations said that he had had a part of it already in board and lodging, and some other things. Now mind, that was the question and nothing else. No one disputed the will. No one disputed anything but whether part of that £300 had been already paid or not. To settle that question, my brother filing a bill, I was obliged to go into this accursed chancery. I was forced there because the law forced me, and would let me go nowhere else. 17 people were made defendants to that simple suit. It first came on after 2 years. It was then stopped for another 2 years, while the master, may his head rot off, inquired whether I was my father's son, about which there was no dispute at all with any mortal creature. He then found out that there were not defendants enough. Remember, there were only 17 as yet, but that we must have another who had been left out, and must begin all over again. The costs at that time, before the thing was begun, were 3 times the legacy. My brother would have given up the legacy, and joyful, to escape more costs. My whole estate, left to me in that will of my father's, has gone in costs. The suit, still undecided, has fallen into rack and ruin and despair with everything else. And here I stand, this day. Now, Mr. Jarndyce, in your suit there are thousands and thousands involved, where in mine there are hundreds. Is mine less hard to bear, or is it harder to bear when my whole living was in it, and has been thus shamefully sucked away? Mr. Jarndyce said that he condoled with him with all his heart, and that he set up no monopoly himself in being unjustly treated by this monstrous system. "There again," said Mr. Gridley, with no diminution of his rage. "The system, I am told on all hands. It's the system. I mustn't look to individuals. It's the system. I mustn't go into court and say, 'My lord, I beg to know this from you. Is this right or wrong?' Have you the face to tell me I have received justice and therefore am dismissed? My lord knows nothing of it. He sits there to administer the system. I mustn't go to Mr. Tulkinghorn, the solicitor in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and say to him when he makes me furious by being so cool and satisfied, as they all do, for I know they gain by it while I lose, don't I? I mustn't say to him, 'I will have something out of someone for my ruin, by fair means or foul.' He is not responsible. It's the system. But if I do no violence to any of them here, I may. I don't know what may happen if I'm carried beyond myself at last. I will accuse the individual workers of that system against me, face to face, before the great eternal bar." His passion was fearful. I could not have believed in such rage without seeing it. "I have done," he said, sitting down and wiping his face. "Mr. Jarndyce, I have done. I am violent, I know. I ought to know it. I have been in prison for contempt of court. I have been in prison for threatening the solicitor. I have been in this trouble and that trouble, and shall be again. I am the man from Shropshire, and I sometimes go beyond amusing them, though they have found it amusing, too, to see me committed into custody, and brought up in custody, and all that. It would be better for me, they tell me, if I restrained myself. I tell them that if I did restrain myself, I should become imbecile. I was good enough tempered man once, I believe. People in my part of the country say they remember me so. But now I must have this vent under my sense of injury, or nothing could hold my wits together. It would be far better for you, Mr. Gridley, the Lord Chancellor told me last week, not to waste your time here, and to stay usefully employed down in Shropshire." My lord, I know it would," said I to him, "and it would have been far better for me never to have heard the name of your high office, but unhappily for me I can't undo the past, and the past drives me here. Besides," he added, breaking fiercely out, "I'll shame them to the last. I'll show myself in that court to its shame. If I knew when I was going to die, and could be carried there, and had a voice to speak with, I would die there, saying, 'You have brought me here, and sent me from here many and many a time. Now send me out feet foremost.'" His countenance had, perhaps for years, become so set in its contentious expression that it did not soften, even now when he was quiet. "I came to take these babies down to my room for an hour," he said, going to them again, "and let them play about. I didn't mean to say all this, but it don't much signify. You're not afraid of me, Tom, are you?" "No," said Tom. "You ain't angry with me?" "You are right, my child. You're going back, Charlie? Ay, come then, little one." He took the youngest child on his arm, where she was willing enough to be carried. "I shouldn't wonder if we found a gingerbread soldier downstairs. Let's go and look for him." He made his former rough salutation, which was not deficient in a certain respect, to Mr. Jarndyce, and bowing slightly to us, went downstairs to his room. Upon that, Mr. Skimpole began to talk, for the first time since our arrival, in his usual gay strain. He said, "Well, it was really very pleasant to see how things lazily adapted themselves to purposes. Here was this Mr. Gridley, a man of robust will and surprising energy, intellectually speaking, a sort of inharmonious blacksmith, and he could easily imagine that there Gridley was, years ago, wandering about in life for something to expend his superfluous combativeness upon, a sort of young love among the thorns, when the Count of Chancery came in his way and accommodated him with the exact thing he wanted. There they were, matched ever afterwards. Otherwise, he might have been a great general, blowing up all sorts of towns, or he might have been a great politician, dealing in all sorts of parliamentary rhetoric. But, as it was, he and the Court of Chancery had fallen upon each other in the pleasantest way, and nobody was much the worse, and Gridley was, so to speak, from that hour provided for. Then look at Coavinses. How delightfully poor Coavinses, father of these charming children, illustrated some principle. He, Mr. Skimpole himself, had sometimes repined at the existence of Coavinses. He had found Coavinses in his way. He could have dispensed with Coavinses. There had been times when, if he had been a sultan, and his Grand Vizier had said one morning, "What does the commander of the faithful require at the hands of his slave?" he might have even gone so far as to reply, "The head of Coavinses." But what turned out to be the case? That all that time he had been giving employment to a most deserving man, that he had been a benefactor to Coavinses, that he had actually been enabling Coavinses to bring up these charming children in this agreeable way, developing these social virtues, in so much that his heart had just now swelled, and the tears had come into his eyes when he looked round the room and thought, I was the great patron of Coavinses, and his little comforts were my work. There was something so captivating in his light way of touching these fantastic strings, and he was such a mirthful child by the side of the graver childhood we had seen, that he made my guardian smile, even as he turned toward us from a little private talk with Mrs. Blinder. We kissed Charlie and took her downstairs with us, and stopped outside the house to see her run away to her work. I don't know where she was going, but we saw her run, such a little creature, in her womanly bonnet and apron, through a covered way at the bottom of the court, and melt into the city's strife and sound like a dewdrop in an ocean. End of chapter 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleak House by Charles Dickens, Chapter 16. Tom all Alones. My Lady Dedlock is restless, very restless. The astonished, fashionable intelligence hardly knows where to have her. Today she is at Chesney Wold. Yesterday she was at her house in town. Tomorrow she may be abroad, for anything the fashionable intelligence can with confidence predict. Even Sir Leicester's gallantry has some trouble to keep pace with her. It would have more, but that his other faithful ally, for better and for worse, the gout, darts into the old oak bedchamber at Chesney Wold, and grips him by both legs. Sir Leicester receives the gout as a troublesome demon, but still a demon of the patrician order. All the Dedlocks, in the direct male line, through a course of time during and beyond which the memory of man goeth not to the contrary, have had the gout. It can be proved, sir. Other men's fathers may have died of the rheumatism, or may have taken base contagion from the tainted blood of the sick vulgar, but the Dedlock family have communicated something exclusive, even to the levelling process of dying, by dying of their own family gout. It has come down through the illustrious line, like the plate, or the pictures, or the place in Lincolnshire. It is among their dignities. Sir Leicester is, perhaps, not wholly without an impression, though he has never resolved it into words, that the angel of death, in the discharge of his necessary duties, may observe to the shades of the aristocracy. My lords and gentlemen, I have the honour to present to you another Dedlock, certified to have arrived per the family gout. Hence Sir Leicester yields up his family legs to the family disorder, as if he held his name and fortune on that feudal tenure. He feels that for a Dedlock to be laid upon his back and spasmodically twitched and stabbed in his extremities is a liberty taken somewhere. But he thinks, we have all yielded to this. It belongs to us. It has, for some hundreds of years, been understood that we are not to make the vaults in the park interesting on more ignoble terms, and I submit myself to the compromise. And a goodly show he makes, lying in a flush of crimson and gold, in the midst of the great drawing-room, before his favourite picture of my lady, with broad strips of sunlight shining in, down the long perspective, through the long line of windows, and alternating with soft reliefs of shadow. Outside, the stately oaks, rooted for ages in the green ground, which has never known ploughshare, but was still a chase when kings rode to battle with sword and shield, and rode a-hunting with bow and arrow, bear witness to his greatness. Inside, his forefathers, looking on him from the walls, say, each of us was a passing reality here, and left this coloured shadow of himself, and melted into remembrance as dreamy as the distant voices of the rooks now lulling you to rest, and bear their testimony to his greatness too. And he is very great this day, and woe to Boythorn or other daring wight who shall presumptuously contest an inch with him. My lady is at present represented, near Sir Leicester, by her portrait. She has flitted away to town, with no intention of remaining there, and will soon flit hither again, to the confusion of the fashionable intelligence. The house in town is not prepared for her reception. It is muffled and dreary. Only one Mercury in powder gapes disconsolate at the hall window, and he mentioned last night to another Mercury of his acquaintance, also accustomed to good society, that if that sort of thing was to last, which it couldn't, for a man of his spirits couldn't bear it, and a man of his figure couldn't be expected to bear it, there would be no resource for him, upon his honour, but to cut his throat. What connection can there be between the place in Lincolnshire, the house in town, the Mercury in powder, and the whereabout of Joe the outlaw with the broom, who had that distant ray of light upon him when he swept the churchyard step? What connection can there have been between many people in the innumerable histories of this world, who, from opposite sides of great gulfs, have, nevertheless, been very curiously brought together? Joe sweeps his crossing all day long, unconscious of the link, if any link there be. He sums up his mental condition when asked a question by replying that he don't know nothink. He knows that it's hard to keep the mud off the crossing in dirty weather, and harder still to live by doing it. Nobody taught him even that much. He found it out. Joe lives, that is to say, Joe has not yet died, in a ruinous place, known to the like of him by the name of Tom All Alone's. It is a black, dilapidated street, avoided by all decent people, where the crazy houses were seized upon, when their decay was far advanced, by some bold vagrants, who, after establishing their own possession, took to letting them out in lodgings. Now these tumbling tenements contain, by night, a swarm of misery. As on the ruined human wretch vermin parasites appear, so these ruined shelters have bred a crowd of foul existence that crawls in and out of gaps in walls and boards, and coils itself to sleep in maggot numbers, where the rain drips in, and comes and goes, fetching and carrying fever, and sowing more evil in his every footprint than Lord Coodle and Sir Thomas Doodle and the Duke of Foodle and all the fine gentlemen in office down to Zoodle shall set right in 500 years, though born expressly to do it. Twice, lately, there has been a crash and a cloud of dust, like the springing of a mine, in Tom all Alone's, and each time a house has fallen. These accidents have made a paragraph in the newspapers, and have filled a bed or two in the nearest hospital. The gaps remain, and there are not unpopular lodgings among the rubbish. As several more houses are nearly ready to go, the next crash in Tom all Alone's may be expected to be a good one. This desirable property is in Chancery, of course. It would be an insult to the discernment of any man with half an eye to tell him so. Whether Tom is the popular representative of the original plaintiff or defendant in Jarndyce and Jarndyce, or whether Tom lived here when the suit had laid the street waste, all alone, until other settlers came to join him, or whether the traditional title is a comprehensive name for a retreat cut off from honest company and put out of the pale of hope, perhaps nobody knows. Certainly Joe don't know. "For I don't," says Joe. "I don't know nothing." It must be a strange state to be like Joe, to shuffle through the streets, unfamiliar with the shapes and in utter darkness as to the meaning of those mysterious symbols so abundant over the shops and the corner of streets and on the doors and in the windows, to see people read and to see people write and to see the postman deliver letters and not to have the least idea of all that language, to be, to every scrap of it, stone blind and dumb. It must be very puzzling to see the good company going to the churches on Sundays, with their books in their hands, and to think, for perhaps Joe does think at odd times, what does it all mean, and if it means anything to anybody, how comes it that it means nothing to me? To be hustled and jostled and moved on, and really to feel that it would appear to be perfectly true that I have no business here or there or anywhere, and yet to be perplexed by the consideration that I am here somehow too, and everybody overlooked me until I became the creature that I am. It must be a strange state, not merely to be told that I am scarcely human, as in the case of my offering myself for a witness, but to feel it of my own knowledge all my life, to see the horses, dogs, and cattle go by me, and to know that in ignorance I belong to them and not to the superior beings in my shape, whose delicacy I offend. Joe's ideas of a criminal trial, or a judge, or a bishop, or a government, or that inestimable jewel to him, if he only knew it, the Constitution, should be strange. His whole material and immaterial life is wonderfully strange. His death, the strangest thing of all. Joe comes out of Tom all Alone's, meeting the tardy morning which is always late in getting down there, and munches his dirty bit of bread as he comes along. His way lying through many streets, and the houses not yet being open, he sits down to breakfast on the doorstep of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, and gives it a brush when he has finished, as an acknowledgment of the accommodation. He admires the size of the edifice and wonders what it's all about. He has no idea, poor wretch, of the spiritual destination of a coral reef in the Pacific, or what it costs to look up the precious souls among the coconuts and breadfruit. He goes to his crossing and begins to lay it out for the day. The town awakes. The great teetotum is set up for its daily spin and whirl. All that unaccountable reading and writing, which has been suspended for a few hours, recommences. Joe and the other lower animals get on in the unintelligible mess as they can. It is market day. The blinded oxen, over-goaded, over-driven, never guided, run into wrong places and are beaten out, and plunge, red-eyed and foaming, at stone walls, and often sorely hurt the innocent, and often sorely hurt themselves. Very like Joe and his order. Very, very like. A band of music comes and plays. Joe listens to it. So does a dog, a drover's dog, waiting for his master outside a butcher's shop, and evidently thinking about those sheep he has had upon his mind for some hours, and is happily rid of. He seems perplexed respecting 3 or 4, can't remember where he left them, looks up and down the street as half expecting to see them astray, suddenly pricks up his ears and remembers all about it. A thoroughly vagabond dog, accustomed to low company and public houses. A terrific dog to sheep, ready at a whistle to scamper over their backs and tear out mouthfuls of their wool, but an educated, improved, developed dog, who has been taught his duties and knows how to discharge them. He and Joe listen to the music, probably with much the same amount of animal satisfaction, likewise, as to awakened association, aspiration or regret, melancholy or joyful reference to things beyond the senses. They are probably upon a par. But otherwise, how far above the human listener is the brute? Turn that dog's descendants wild, like Joe, and in a very few years they will so degenerate that they will lose even their bark, but not their bite. The day changes as it wears itself away and becomes dark and drizzly. Joe fights it out at his crossing among the mud and wheels, the horses, whips, and umbrellas, and gets but a scanty sum to pay for the unsavoury shelter of Tom all Alone's. Twilight comes on. Gas begins to start up in the shops. The lamplighter, with his ladder, runs along the margin of the pavement. A wretched evening is beginning to close in. In his chambers, Mr. Tulkinghorn sits meditating an application to the nearest magistrate tomorrow morning for a warrant. Gridley, a disappointed suitor, has been here today, and has been alarming. We are not to be put in bodily fear, and that ill-conditioned fellow shall be held to bail again. From the ceiling, foreshortened allegory, in the person of one impossible Roman upside down, points with the arm of Samson, out of joint and an odd one, obtrusively toward the window. Why should Mr. Tulkinghorn, for such no reason, look out of window? Is the hand not always pointing there? So he does not look out of window. And if he did, what would it be to see a woman going by? There are women enough in the world, Mr. Tulkinghorn thinks. Too many. They are at the bottom of all that goes wrong in it, though, for the matter of that, they create business for lawyers. What would it be to see a woman going by, even though she were going secretly? They are all secret. Mr. Tulkinghorn knows that very well. But they are not all like the woman who now leaves him and his house behind, between whose plain dress and her refined manner there is something exceedingly inconsistent. She should be an upper servant by her attire, yet in her air and step though both are hurried and assumed as far as she can assume in the muddy streets, which she treads with an unaccustomed foot, she is a lady. Her face is veiled, and still she sufficiently betrays herself to make more than one of those who pass her look round sharply. She never turns her head. Lady or servant, she has a purpose in her, and can follow it. She never turns her head until she comes to the crossing where Joe plies with his broom. He crosses with her, and begs. Still she does not turn her head until she has landed on the other side. Then she slightly beckons to him and says, "Come here." Joe follows her a pace or two into a quiet court. "Are you the boy I've read of in the papers?" she asks behind her veil. "I don't know," says Joe, staring moodily at the veil. "No think about no papers. I don't know no think about nothing at all." "Were you examined at an inquest?" "I don't know no think about no where I was took by the beadle, do you mean?" says Joe. "Was the boy's name at Inkwich, Joe?" "Yes, that's me," says Joe. "Come farther up." "You mean about the man?" says Joe, following him as was dead. "Hush, speak in a whisper. Yes, did he look, when he was living, so very ill and poor?" "Oh, jist," says Joe. "Did he look not like you?" says the woman with abhorrence. "Oh, not so bad as me," says Joe. "I'm a reg'lar one, I am. You didn't know him, did you?" "How dare you ask me if I knew him?" "No offence, my lady," says Joe, with much humility, for even he has got at the suspicion of her being a lady. "I am not a lady. I am a servant." "You are a jolly servant," says Joe, without the least idea of saying anything offensive, merely as a tribute of admiration. "Listen and be silent. Don't talk to me, and stand farther from me. Can you show me all those places that were spoken of in the account I read? The place he wrote for, the place he died at, the place where you were taken to, and the place where he was buried? Do you know the place where he was buried?" Joe answers with a nod, having also nodded as each other place was mentioned. "Go before me and show me all those dreadful places. Stop opposite to each, and don't speak to me unless I speak to you. Don't look back. Do what I want, and I will pay you well." Joe attends closely while the words are being spoken, tells them off on his broom handle, finding them rather hard, pauses to consider their meaning, considers it satisfactory, and nods his ragged head. "I'm a fly," says Joe, "but fenlarks, you know, stow hooking it." "What does the horrible creature mean?" exclaims the servant, recoiling from him. "Stow cutting away, you know," says Joe. "I don't understand you. Go on before. I will give you more money than you ever had in your life." Joe screws up his mouth into a whistle, gives his ragged head a rub, takes his broom under his arm, and leads the way, passing deftly with his bare feet over the hard stones and through the mud and mire. Cook's Court. Joe stops. A pause. "Who lives here?" "Him what give him his writing, and give me a half a bull," says Joe in a whisper, without looking over his shoulder. "Go on to the next." "Crook's house." Joe stops again. A longer pause. "Who lives here?" "He lived here," Joe answers as before. After a silence he is asked, "In which room?" "In the back room up there. You can see the winder from this corner. Up there. That's where I see him stritched out. This is the public house where I was took to." Go on to the next. It is a longer walk to the next, but Joe, relieved of his first suspicions, sticks to the forms imposed upon him, and does not look round. By many devious ways, reeking with offence of many kinds, they come to the little tunnel of a court, and to the gas lamp, lighted now, and to the iron gate. "He was put there," says Joe, holding to the bars and looking in. "Where? Oh, what a scene of horror!" "There," says Joe, pointing. "Over yinder, among them piles of bones, and close to that there kitchen winder. They'd put him werry nigh the top. They was obliged to stamp upon it to get it in. I could uncover it for you with my broom, if the gate was open. That's why they locks it, I suppose," giving it a shake. "It's always locked. Look at that rat," cries Joe, excited. "Hi, look! There he goes, ho, into the ground." The servant shrinks into a corner of that hideous archway, with its deadly stains contaminating her dress, and putting out her two hands, and passionately telling him to keep away from her, for he is loathsome to her. So remains for some moments. Joe stands staring, and is still staring when she recovers herself. "Is this place of abomination consecrated ground?" "I don't know nothing o' consequential ground," says Joe, still staring. "Is it blessed?" "Which?" says Joe, in the last degree amazed. "Is it blessed?" "I'm blessed if I know," says Joe, staring more than ever. "But I shouldn't think it warn't." "Blessed?" repeats Joe, something troubled in his mind. "It ain't done it much good if it is. Blessed? I should think it was the other myself, but I don't know nothink." The servant takes as little heed of what he says as she seems to take of what she has said herself. She draws off her glove to get some money from her purse. Joe silently notices how white and small her hand is, and what a jolly servant she must be to wear such sparkling rings. She drops a piece of money in his hand without touching it, and shuddering as their hands approach. "Now," she adds, "show me the spot again." Joe thrusts the handle of his broom between the bars of the gate, and with his utmost power of elaboration points it out. At length, looking aside to see if he has made himself intelligible, he finds that he is alone. His first proceeding is to hold the piece of money to the gaslight, and to be overpowered at finding that it is yellow gold. His next is to give it a one-sided bite at the edge, as a test of its quality. His next, to put it in his mouth for safety, and to sweep the step and passage with great care. His job done, he sets off for Tom all Alone's, stopping in the light of innumerable gas lamps to produce the piece of gold, and give it another one-sided bite as a reassurance of its being genuine. The mercury in powder is in no want of society to-night, for my lady goes to a grand dinner and 3 or 4 balls. Sir Leicester is fidgety down at Chesney Wold, with no better company than the gout. He complains to Mrs. Rouncewell that the rain makes such a monotonous pattering on the terrace that he can't read the paper even by the fireside in his own snug dressing-room. "Sir Leicester would have done better to try the other side of the house, my dear," says Mrs. Rouncewell to Rosa. "His dressing-room is on my lady's side, and in all those years I never heard the step upon the ghost walk more distinct than it is to-night." End of chapter 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleak House by Charles Dickens, Chapter 17. Esther's Narrative. Richard very often came to see us while we remained in London, though he soon failed in his letter writing. And with his quick abilities, his good spirits, his good temper, his gaiety and freshness, was always delightful. But though I liked him more and more, the better I knew him, I still felt more and more how much it was to be regretted that he had been educated in no habits of application and concentration. The system which had addressed him in exactly the same manner as it had addressed hundreds of other boys, all varying in character and capacity, had enabled him to dash through his tasks, always with fair credit, and often with distinction, but in a fitful, dazzling way that had confirmed his reliance on those very qualities in himself which it had been most desirable to direct and train. They were good qualities, without which no high place can be meritoriously won, but like fire and water, though excellent servants, they were very bad masters. If they had been under Richard's direction, they would have been his friends, but Richard being under their direction, they became his enemies. I write down these opinions, not because I believe that this or any other thing was so, because I thought so, but only because I did think so, and I want to be quite candid about all I thought and did. These were my thoughts about Richard. I thought I often observed, besides, how right my guardian was in what he had said, and that the uncertainties and delays of the Chancery suit had imparted to his nature something of the careless spirit of a gamester, who felt that he was part of a great gaming system. Mr. and Mrs. Bayham Badger coming one afternoon, when my guardian was not at home, in the course of conversation I naturally inquired after Richard. "Why, Mr. Carstone," said Mrs. Badger, "is very well, and I assure you a great acquisition to our society. Captain Swosser used to say of me that I was always better than a land ahead and a breeze astern to the midshipmen's mess when the purser's junk had become as tough as the foretopsail weather earrings. It was his naval way of mentioning generally that I was an acquisition to any society. I may render the same tribute, I am sure, to Mr. Carstone. But you won't think me premature if I mention it?" I said no, as Mrs. Badger's insinuating tone seemed to require such an answer. "Nor Miss Clare?" said Mrs. Bayham Badger sweetly. Ada said no too, and looked uneasy. "Why, you see, my dears," said Mrs. Badger, "you'll excuse me calling you my dears." We entreated Mrs. Badger not to mention it. "Because you really are, if I may take the liberty of saying so," pursued Mrs. Badger, "so perfectly charming. You see, my dears, that although I am still young, or Mr. Bayham Badger pays me the compliment of saying so." "No," Mr. Badger called out, like someone contradicting at a public meeting. "Not at all." "Very well," smiled Mrs. Badger. "We will say still young." "Undoubtedly," said Mr. Badger. "My dears, though still young, I have had many opportunities of observing young men. There were many such on board the dear old Crippler, I assure you. After that, when I was with Captain Swosser in the Mediterranean, I embraced every opportunity of knowing and befriending the midshipmen under Captain Swosser's command. You never heard them called the young gentlemen, my dears, and probably would not understand allusions to their pipe-claying their weekly accounts, but it is otherwise with me, for blue water has been a second home to me, and I have been quite a sailor." "Again, with Professor Dingo." "A man of European reputation," murmured Mr. Badger. "When I lost my dear first, and became the wife of my dear second," said Mrs. Badger, speaking of her former husbands as if they were parts of a charade, "I still enjoyed opportunities of observing youth. The class attendant on Professor Dingo's lectures was a large one, and it became my pride, as the wife of an eminent scientific man, seeking herself in science the utmost consolation it could impart, to throw our house open to students as a kind of scientific exchange. Every Tuesday evening there was lemonade and a mixed biscuit, for all who chose to partake of those refreshments, and there was science to an unlimited extent. "Remarkable assemblies, those, Miss Summerson," said Mr. Badger reverentially. "There must have been great intellectual friction going on there, under the auspices of such a man." "And now," pursued Mrs. Badger, "now that I am the wife of my dear third, Mr. Badger, I still pursue those habits of observation which were formed during the lifetime of Captain Swosser, and adapted to new and unexpected purposes during the lifetime of Professor Dingo. I therefore have not come to the consideration of Mr. Carstone as a neophyte, and yet I am very much of the opinion, my dears, that he has not chosen his profession advisedly." Ada looked so very anxious now, that I asked Mrs. Badger on what she founded her supposition. "My dear Miss Summerson," she replied, "on Mr. Carstone's character and conduct. He is of such a very easy disposition, that probably he would never think it worth while to mention how he really feels. But he feels languid about the profession. He has not that positive interest in it which makes it his vocation. If he has any decided impression in reference to it, I should say that it is a tiresome pursuit. Now, this is not promising. Young men like Mr. Alan Woodcourt, who take it from a strong interest in all that it can do, will find some reward in it through a great deal of work for a very little money, and through years of considerable endurance and disappointment. But I am quite convinced that this would never be the case with Mr. Carstone." "Does Mr. Badger think so too?" asked Ada, timidly. "Why," said Mr. Badger, "to tell the truth, Miss Clare, this view of the matter had not occurred to me until Mrs. Badger mentioned it. But when Mrs. Badger put it in that light, I naturally gave great consideration to it, knowing that Mrs. Badger's mind, in addition to its natural advantages, has had the rare advantage of being formed by two such very distinguished, I will even say illustrious, public men as Captain Swosser of the Royal Navy and Professor Dingo. The conclusion at which I have arrived is, in short, is Mrs. Badger's conclusion." "It was a maxim of Captain Swosser's," said Mrs. Badger, speaking in his figurative naval manner, "that when you make pitch hot, you cannot make it too hot, and that if you only have to swab a plank, you should swab it as if Davy Jones were after you. It appears to me that this maxim is applicable to the medical as well as to the nautical profession." "To all professions," observed Mr. Badger. "It was admirably said by Captain Swosser. Beautifully said." "People objected to Professor Dingo when we were staying in the north of Devon after our marriage," said Mrs. Badger, "that he disfigured some of the houses and other buildings by chipping off fragments of those edifices with his little geological hammer. But the Professor replied that he knew of no building save the Temple of Science. The principle is the same, I think." "Precisely the same," said Mr. Badger. "Finely expressed. The Professor made the same remark, Miss Summerson, in his last illness, when, his mind wandering, he insisted on keeping his little hammer under the pillow, and chipping at the countenances of the attendants. The ruling passion. Although we could have dispensed with the length at which Mr. and Mrs. Badger pursued the conversation, we both felt that it was disinterested in them to express the opinion they had communicated to us, and that there was a great probability of its being sound. We agreed to say nothing to Mr. Jarndyce until we had spoken to Richard, and as he was coming next evening, we resolved to have a very serious talk with him. So, after he had been a little while with Ada, I went in and found my darling, as I know she would be, prepared to consider him thoroughly right in whatever he said. "And how do you get on, Richard?" said I. I always sat down on the other side of him. He made quite a sister of me. "Oh, well enough," said Richard. "He can't say better than that, Esther, can he?" cried my pet triumphantly. I tried to look at my pet in the wisest manner, but of course I couldn't. "Well enough," I repeated. "Yes," said Richard, "well enough. It's rather jog-trotty and humdrum, but it'll do as well as anything else." My dear Richard," I remonstrated. "What's the matter?" said Richard. "Do as well as anything else? I don't think there's any harm in that, Dame Durden," said Ada, looking so confidently at me across him, "because if it will do as well as anything else, it will do very well, I hope." "Oh, yes, I hope so," returned Richard, carelessly tossing his hair from his forehead. "After all, it may be only a kind of probation till our suit is. I forgot, though, I am not to mention the suit. Forbidden ground. Oh, yes, it's all right enough. Let us talk about something else." Ada would have done so, willingly, and with a full persuasion that we had brought the question to a most satisfactory state. But I thought it would be useless to stop there, so I began again. "No, but Richard," said I, "and my dear Ada, consider how important it is to you both, and what a point of honour it is towards your cousin, that you, Richard, should be quite in earnest without any reservation. I think we had better talk about this, really, Ada. It will be too late very soon." "Oh, yes, we must talk about it," said Ada, "but I think Richard is right." What was the use of my trying to look wise, when she was so pretty, and so engaging, and so fond of him? "Mr. and Mrs. Badger were here yesterday, Richard," said I, "and they seemed disposed to think that you had no great liking for the profession." "Did they, though?" said Richard. "Oh, well, that rather alters the case, because I had no idea that they thought so, and I should not have liked to disappoint or inconvenience them. The fact is, I don't care much about it. But oh, it don't matter. It'll do as well as anything else." "You hear him, Ada," said I. "The fact is," Richard proceeded, half thoughtfully and half jocosely, "it is not quite in my way. I don't take to it, and I get too much of Mrs. Badger's first and second." "I am sure that's very natural," cried Ada, quite delighted. "The very thing we both said yesterday, Esther." "Then," pursued Richard, "it's monotonous, and today is too like yesterday, and tomorrow is too like today." "But I am afraid," said I, "this is an objection to all kinds of application, to life itself, except under some very uncommon circumstances." "Do you think so?" returned Richard, still considering. "Perhaps. Ha! Why, then, you know," he added, suddenly becoming gay again, "we travel outside a circle to what I said just now. It'll do as well as anything else. Oh, it's all right enough. Let us talk about something else." But even Ada, with her loving face, and if it had seemed innocent and trusting when I first saw it in that memorable November fog, how much more did it seem now, when I knew her innocent and trusting heart. Even Ada shook her head at this, and looked serious. So I thought it a good opportunity to hint to Richard that if he were sometimes a little careless of himself, I was very sure he never meant to be careless of Ada, and that it was a part of his affectionate consideration for her not to slight the importance of a step that might influence both their lives. This made him almost grave. "My dear Mother Hubbard," he said, "that's the very thing. I have thought of that several times, and have been quite angry with myself for meaning to be much in earnest, and somehow not exactly being so. I don't know how it is. I seem to want something or other to stand by. Even you have no idea how fond I am of Ada. My darling cousin, I love you so much. But I don't settle down to constancy in other things. It's such uphill work, and it takes such a time," said Richard with an air of vexation. "That may be," I suggested, "because you don't like what you have chosen." "Poor fellow," said Ada, "I am sure I don't wonder at it." No, it was not of the least use my trying to look wise. I tried again, but how could I do it, or how could it have any effect if I could, while Ada rested her clasped hands upon his shoulder, and while he looked at her tender blue eyes, and while they looked at him? "You see, my precious girl," said Richard, passing her golden curls through and through his hand, "I was a little hasty, perhaps, or I misunderstood my own inclinations, perhaps. They don't seem to lie in that direction. I couldn't tell till I tried. Now the question is, whether it's worth while to undo all that has been done. It seems like making a great disturbance about nothing particular." "My dear Richard," said I, "how can you say about nothing particular?" "I don't mean absolutely that," he returned. "I mean that it may be nothing particular, because I may never want it." Both Ada and I urged in reply not only that it was decidedly worth while to undo what had been done, but that it must be undone. I then asked Richard whether he had thought of any more congenial pursuit. "There, my dear Mrs. Shipton," said Richard, you touch me home. Yes, I have. I have been thinking that the law is the boy for me." "The law?" repeated Ada, as if she were afraid of the name. "If I went into Kenji's office," said Richard, "and if I were placed under articles to Kenji, I should have my eye on the forbidden ground, and I should be able to study it and master it, and to satisfy myself that it was not neglected and was being properly conducted. I should be able to look after Ada's interests and my own interests, the same thing, and I should peg away at Blackstone and all those fellows with the most tremendous ardour. I was not by any means so sure of that, and I saw how his hankering after the vague things yet to come of those long-deferred hopes cast a shade on Ada's face. But I thought it best to encourage him in any project of continuous exertion, and only advised him to be quite sure that his mind was made up now. "My dear Minerva," said Richard, "I am as steady as you are. I made a mistake. We are all liable to mistakes. I won't do so any more, and I'll become such a lawyer as is not often seen. That is, you know," said Richard, relapsing into doubt, "if it really is worth while, after all, to make such a disturbance about nothing particular." This led to our saying again, with a great deal of gravity, all that we had said already, and to our coming to much the same conclusion afterwards. But we so strongly advised Richard to be frank and open with Mr. Jarndyce, without a moment's delay, and his disposition was naturally so opposed to concealment, that he sought him out at once, taking us with him, and made a full avowal. "Rick," said my guardian, after hearing him attentively, "we can retreat with honour, and we will. But we must be careful, for our cousin's sake, Rick, for our cousin's sake, that we make no more such mistakes. Therefore, in the manner of the law, we will have a good trial before we decide. We will look before we leap, and take plenty of time about it." Richard's energy was of such an impatient and fitful kind that he would have liked nothing better than to have gone to Mr. Kenji's office in that hour, and to have entered into articles with him on the spot. Submitting, however, with a good grace to the caution that we have shown to be so necessary, he contented himself with sitting down among us in his lightest spirits, and talking as if his one unvarying purpose in life from childhood had been that one which now held possession of him. My guardian was very kind and cordial with him, but rather grave, enough so to cause Ada, when he had departed and we were going upstairs to bed, to say, "Cousin John, I hope you don't think the worse of Richard." "No, my love," said he. "Because it was very natural that Richard should be mistaken in such a difficult case. It is not uncommon." "No, no, my love," said he. "Don't look unhappy." "Oh, I am not unhappy, Cousin John," said Ada, smiling cheerfully, with her hand upon his shoulder, where she had put it in bidding him good night. "But I should be a little so, if you thought at all the worse of Richard." "My dear," said Mr. Jarndyce, "I should think the worse of him only if you were ever in the least unhappy through his means. I should be more disposed to quarrel with myself even then than with poor Rick, for I brought you together. But tut! All this is nothing. He has time before him, and the race to run. I think the worse of him? Not I, my loving cousin, and not you, I swear." "No, indeed, Cousin John," said Ada. "I am sure I could not, I am sure I would not, think any ill of Richard if the whole world did. I could and would think better of him then than at any other time." So quietly and honestly she said it, with her hands upon his shoulders, both hands now, and looking into his face like the picture of truth. "I think," said my guardian, thoughtfully regarding her, "I think it must be somewhere written that the virtues of the mothers shall occasionally be visited on the children as well as the sins of the father. Good night, my rosebud. Good night, little woman. Pleasant slumbers. Happy dreams." This was the first time I ever saw him follow Ada with his eyes, with something of a shadow on their benevolent expression. I well remembered the look with which he had contemplated her and Richard, when she was singing in the firelight. It was but a very little while since he had watched them passing down the room in which the sun was shining, and away into the shade, but his glance was changed, and even the silent look of confidence in me, which now followed it once more, was not quite so hopeful and untroubled as it had originally been. Ada praised Richard more to me that night than ever she had praised him yet. She went to sleep with a little bracelet he had given her clasped upon her arm. I fancied she was dreaming of him when I kissed her cheek after she had slept an hour, and saw how tranquil and happy she looked. For I was so little inclined to sleep myself that night that I sat up working. It would not be worth mentioning for its own sake, but I was wakeful and rather low-spirited. I don't know why. At least, I don't think I know why. At least, perhaps I do, but I don't think it matters. At any rate, I made up my mind to be so dreadfully industrious that I would leave myself not a moment's leisure to be low-spirited. For I naturally said, "Esther, you to be low-spirited? You!" And it really was time to say so, for I really did see myself in the glass, almost crying. "As if you had anything to make you unhappy, instead of everything to make you happy, you ungrateful heart," said I. If I could have made myself go to sleep, I would have done it directly, but not being able to do that, I took out of my basket some ornamental work for our house, I mean Bleak House, that I was busy with at that time, and sat down to it with great determination. It was necessary to count all the stitches in that work, and I resolved to go on with it until I couldn't keep my eyes open, and then go to bed. I soon found myself very busy, but I had left some silk downstairs in a work-table drawer in the temporary growlery, and coming to a stop for want of it, I took my candle and went softly down to get it. To my great surprise, on going in, I found my guardian still there, and sitting looking at the ashes. He was lost in thought. His book lay unheeded by his side. His silvered iron-grey hair was scattered confusedly upon his forehead, as though his hand had been wandering among it while his thoughts were elsewhere, and his face looked worn. Almost frightened by coming upon him so unexpectedly, I stood still for a moment, and should have retired without speaking, had he not, in again passing his hand abstractedly through his hair, seen me and started. "Esther!" I told him what I had come for. "At work so late, my dear?" "I am working late tonight," said I, "because I couldn't sleep, and wished to tire myself. But, dear guardian, you are late too, and look weary. You have no trouble, I hope, to keep you waking." "None, little woman, that you would readily understand," said he. He spoke in a regretful tone so new to me that I inwardly repeated, as if that would help me to his meaning, that I could readily understand. "Remain a moment, Esther," said he. "You were in my thoughts." "I hope I was not the trouble, guardian." He slightly waved his hand and fell into his usual manner. The change was so remarkable, and he appeared to make it by dint of so much self-command, that I found myself again inwardly repeating, "None that I could understand." "Little woman," said my guardian, "I was thinking, that is, I have been thinking since I have been sitting here, that you ought to know, of your own history, all I know. It is very little, next to nothing." "Dear guardian," I replied, "when you spoke to me before on that subject—" "But since then," he gravely interposed, anticipating what I meant to say, "I have reflected that your having anything to ask me and my having anything to tell you are different considerations, Esther. It is perhaps my duty to impart to you the little I know." "If you think so, guardian, it is right." "I think so," he returned, very gently and kindly, and very distinctly. "My dear, I think so now. If any real disadvantage can attach to your position in the mind of any man or woman worth a thought, it is right that you, at least, of all the world, should not magnify it to yourself by having vague impressions of its nature." I sat down, and said, after a little effort to be as calm as I ought to be, "One of my earliest remembrances, guardian, is of these words: 'Your mother, Esther, is your disgrace, and you are hers. The time will come, and soon enough, when you will understand this better, and will feel it too, as no one save a woman can.'" I had covered my face with my hands in repeating the words, but I took them away now with a better kind of shame, I hope, and told him that to him I owed the blessing that I had from my childhood to that hour never, never, never felt it. He put up his hand as if to stop me. I well knew that he was never to be thanked, and said no more. "9 years, my dear," he said after thinking for a little while, "have passed since I received a letter from a lady living in seclusion, written with a stern passion and power that rendered it unlike all other letters I have ever read. It was written to me, as it told me in so many words, perhaps, because it was the writer's idiosyncrasy to put that trust in me. Perhaps because it was mine to justify it. It told me of a child, an orphan girl then 12 years old, in some such cruel words as those which live in your remembrance. It told me that the writer had bred her in secrecy from her birth, had blotted out all trace of her existence, and that if the writer were to die before the child became a woman, she would be left entirely friendless, nameless, and unknown. It asked me to consider if I would, in that case, finish what the writer had begun. I listened in silence and looked attentively at him. Your early recollection, my dear, will supply the gloomy medium through which all this was seen and expressed by the writer, and the distorted religion which clouded her mind with impressions of the need there was for the child to expiate an offence of which she was quite innocent. I felt concern for the little creature in her darkened life, and replied to the letter. I took his hand and kissed it. It laid the injunction on me that I should never propose to see the writer, who had long been estranged from all intercourse with the world, but who would see a confidential agent if I would appoint one. I accredited Mr. Kenji. The lady said, of her own accord, and not of his seeking, that her name was an assumed one, that she was, if there were any ties of blood in such a case, the child's aunt, that more than this she would never, and he was well persuaded of the steadfastness of her resolution, for any human consideration, disclose. My dear, I have told you all. I held his hand for a little while in mine. I saw my ward oftener than she saw me, he added, cheerily making light of it, and I always knew she was beloved, useful, and happy. She repays me 20,000-fold, and 20 more to that, every hour in every day. And oftener still, said I, she blesses the guardian who is a father to her. At the word father, I saw his former trouble come into his face. He subdued it as before, and it was gone in an instant, but it had been there, and it had come so swiftly upon my words that I felt as if they had given him a shock. I again inwardly repeated, wondering, that I could readily understand, none that I could readily understand. No, it was true I did not understand it, not for many and many a day. Take a fatherly good night, my dear, said he, kissing me on the forehead, and so to rest. These are late hours for working and thinking. You do that for all of us, all day long, little housekeeper. I neither worked nor thought any more that night. I opened my grateful heart to heaven in thankfulness for its providence to me and its care of me, and fell asleep. We had a visitor next day. Mr. Alan Woodcourt came. He came to take leave of us. He had settled to do so beforehand. He was going to China and to India as a surgeon on board ship. He was to be away a long, long time. I believe, at least I know, that he was not rich. All his widowed mother could spare had been spent in qualifying him for his profession. It was not lucrative to a young practitioner with very little influence in London, and although he was night and day at the service of numbers of poor people and did wonders of gentleness and skill for them, he gained very little by it in money. He was 7 years older than I. Not that I need mention it, for it hardly seems to belong to anything. He told us that he had been in practice 3 or 4 years, and that if he could have hoped to contend through 3 or 4 more, he would not have made the voyage on which he was bound. But he had no fortune or private means, so he was going away. He had been to see us several times altogether. We thought it a pity that he should go away, because he was distinguished in his art among those who knew it best, and some of the greatest men belonging to it had a high opinion of him. When he came to bid us good-bye, he brought his mother with him for the first time. She was a pretty old lady with bright black eyes, but she seemed proud. She came from Wales, and had had, a long time ago, an eminent person for an ancestor, of the name of Morgan ap Kerrig, of some place that sounded like Gimlet, who was the most illustrious person that ever was known, and all of whose relations were a sort of royal family. He appeared to have passed his life in always getting up into mountains and fighting somebody, and a bard whose name sounded like Crumlin had sung his praises in a piece which was called, as nearly as I could catch it, Merlin Willinwad. Mrs. Woodcourt, after expatiating to us on the fame of her great kinsman, said that, no doubt, wherever her son Alan went, he would remember his pedigree, and would on no account form an alliance below it. She told him that there were many handsome English ladies in India who went out on speculation, and that there were some to be picked up with property, but that neither charms nor wealth would suffice for the descendant from such a line without birth, which must ever be the first consideration. She talked so much about birth that for a moment I half fancied, and with pain, but what an idle fancy to suppose that she could think or care what mine was. Mr. Woodcourt seemed a little distressed by her prolixity, but he was too considerate to let her see it, and contrived delicately to bring the conversation round to making his acknowledgments to my guardian for his hospitality, and for the very happy hours (he called them the very happy hours) he had passed with us. The recollection of them, he said, would go with him wherever he went, and would always be treasured. And so we gave him our hands one after another, at least they did, and I did, and so he put his lips to Ada's hand, and to mine, and so he went away upon his long, long voyage. I was very busy indeed all day, and wrote directions home to the servants, and wrote notes for my guardian, and dusted his books and papers, and jingled my housekeeping keys a good deal, one way and another. I was still busy between the lights, singing and working by the window, when who should come in but Caddy, whom I had no expectation of seeing. "Why, Caddy, my dear," said I, "what beautiful flowers!" She had such an exquisite little nosegay in her hand. "Indeed, I think so, Esther," replied Caddy. "They are the loveliest I ever saw." "Prince, my dear?" said I in a whisper. "No," answered Caddy, shaking her head and holding them to me to smell. "Not Prince." "Well, to be sure, Caddy," said I, "you must have two lovers." "What? Do they look like that sort of thing?" said Caddy. "Do they look like that sort of thing?" I repeated, pinching her cheek. Caddy only laughed in return, and telling me that she had come for half an hour, at the expiration of which time Prince would be waiting for her at the corner, sat chatting with me and Ada in the window, every now and then handing me the flowers again, or trying how they looked against my hair. At last, when she was going, she took me into my room and put them in my dress. "For me?" said I, surprised. "For you," said Caddy with a kiss. "They were left behind by somebody." "Left behind?" "At poor Miss Flight's," said Caddy. "Somebody who has been very good to her was hurrying away an hour ago to join a ship, and left these flowers behind. No, don't take them out. Let the pretty little things lie here," said Caddy, adjusting them with a careful hand. "Because I was present myself, and I shouldn't wonder if somebody left them on purpose." "Do they look like that sort of thing?" said Ada, coming laughingly behind me, and clasping me merrily round the waist. "Oh, yes, indeed they do, Dame Durden. They look very, very like that sort of thing. Oh, very like it indeed, my dear." End of chapter 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bleak House by Charles Dickens, Chapter 18, Lady Dedlock. It was not so easy as it had appeared at first to arrange for Richard's making a trial of Mr. Kenge's office. Richard himself was the chief impediment. As soon as he had it in his power to leave Mr. Badger at any moment, he began to doubt whether he wanted to leave him at all. He didn't know, he said, really. It wasn't a bad profession. He couldn't assert that he disliked it. Perhaps he liked it as well as he liked any other. Suppose he gave it one more chance. Upon that he shut himself up for a few weeks with some books and some bones, and seemed to acquire a considerable fund of information with great rapidity. His fervour, after lasting about a month, began to cool, and when it was quite cooled, began to grow warm again. His vacillations between law and medicine lasted so long that midsummer arrived before he finally separated from Mr. Badger and entered on an experimental course of Messrs. Kenge and Carboy. For all his waywardness, he took great credit to himself as being determined to be in earnest this time, and he was so good-natured throughout, and in such high spirits, and so fond of Ada, that it was very difficult indeed to be otherwise than pleased with him. As to Mr. Jarndyce, who, I may mention, found the wind much given during this period to stick in the east. As to Mr. Jarndyce, Richard would say to me, "He is the finest fellow in the world, Esther. I must be particularly careful, if it were only for his satisfaction, to take myself well to task, and have a regular wind-up of this business now." The idea of his taking himself well to task, with that laughing face and heedless manner, and with a fancy that everything could catch and nothing could hold, was ludicrously anomalous. However, he told us between whiles that he was doing it to such an extent that he wondered his hair didn't turn grey. His regular wind-up of the business was, as I have said, that he went to Mr. Kenge's about midsummer to try how he liked it. All this time he was, in money affairs, what I have described him in a former illustration: generous, profuse, wildly careless, but fully persuaded that he was rather calculating and prudent. I happened to say to Ada, in his presence, half jestingly, half seriously, about the time of his going to Mr. Kenge's, that he needed to have Fortunatus's purse, he made so light of money, which he answered in this way: "My jewel of a dear cousin, you hear this old woman. Why does she say that? Because I gave £8 odd, or whatever it was, for a certain neat waistcoat and buttons a few days ago? Now, if I had stayed at Badger's, I should have been obliged to spend £12 at a blow, for some heartbreaking lecture fees. So I make £4 in a lump by the transaction." It was a question much discussed between him and my guardian, what arrangements should he make for his living in London, while he experimented on the law, for we had long since gone back to Bleak House, and it was too far off to admit of his coming there oftener than once a week. My guardian told me that if Richard were to settle down at Mr. Kenge's, he would take some apartments or chambers where we two could occasionally stay for a few days at a time. "But, little woman," he added, rubbing his head very significantly, "he hasn't settled down there yet. The discussions ended in our hiring for him, by the month, a neat little furnished lodging in a quiet old house near Queen Square. He immediately began to spend all the money he had in buying the oddest little ornaments and luxuries for this lodging, and so often as Ada and I dissuaded him from making any purchase that he had in contemplation which was particularly unnecessary and expensive, he took credit for what it would have cost, and made out that to spend anything less on something else was to save the difference. While these affairs were in abeyance, our visit to Mr. Boythorn's was postponed. At length, Richard having taken possession of his lodging, there was nothing to prevent our departure. He could have gone with us at that time of the year, very well, but he was in the full novelty of his new position, and was making most energetic attempts to unravel the mysteries of the fatal suit. Consequently, we went without him, and my darling was delighted to praise him for being so busy. We made a pleasant journey down into Lincolnshire by the coach, and had an entertaining companion in Mr. Skimpole. His furniture had been all cleared off, it appeared, by the person who took possession of it on his blue-eyed daughter's birthday, but he seemed quite relieved to think that it was gone. Chairs and tables, he said, were wearisome objects. They were monotonous ideas. They had no variety of expression. They looked you out of countenance, and you looked them out of countenance. How pleasant, then, to be bound to no particular chairs and tables, but to sport like a butterfly among all the furniture on hire, and to flit from rosewood to mahogany, and from mahogany to walnut, and from this shape to that, as the humour took one. The oddity of the thing is, said Mr. Skimpole, with a quickened sense of the ludicrous, that my chairs and tables were not paid for, and yet my landlord walks off with them as composedly as possible. Now, that seems droll. There is something grotesque in it. The chair and table merchant never engaged to pay my landlord my rent. Why should my landlord quarrel with him? If I have a pimple on my nose, which is disagreeable to my landlord's peculiar ideas of beauty, my landlord has no business to scratch my chair and table merchant's nose, which has no pimple on it. His reasoning seems defective. Well, said my guardian good-humouredly, it's pretty clear that whoever became security for those tables and chairs will have to pay for them. Exactly, returned Mr. Skimpole. That's the crowning point of unreason in the business, I said to my landlord. My good man, you are not aware that my excellent friend Jarndyce will have to pay for those things that you are sweeping off in that indelicate manner. Have you no consideration for his property? He hadn't the least. And refused all proposals, said my guardian. Refused all proposals, returned Mr. Skimpole. I made him business proposals. I had him in my room, I said. You are a man of business, I believe. He replied, I am. Very well, said I. Now let us be businesslike. Here is an inkstand. Here are pens and paper. Here are wafers. What do you want? I have occupied your house for a considerable period, I believe to our mutual satisfaction, until this unpleasant misunderstanding arose. Let us be at once friendly and businesslike. What do you want? In reply to this, he made use of the figurative expression, which has something Eastern about it, that he had never seen the colour of my money. My amiable friend, said I never have any money. I never know anything about money. Well, sir, said he, what do you offer if I give you time? My good fellow, said I have no idea of time, but you say you are a man of business, and whatever you can suggest to be done in a businesslike way with pen and ink and paper and wafers, I am ready to do. Don't pay yourself at another man's expense, which is foolish, but be businesslike. However, he wouldn't be, and there was an end of it. If these were some of the inconveniences of Mr. Skimpole's childhood, it assuredly possessed its advantages too. On the journey, He had a very good appetite for such refreshment as came in our way, including a basket of choice hothouse peaches, but never thought of paying for anything. So when the coachman came round for his fee, he pleasantly asked him what he considered a very good fee indeed, now a liberal one, and on his replying 1/2 crown for a single passenger, said it was little enough too, all things considered, and left Mr. Jarndyce to give it him. It was delightful weather. The green corn waved so beautifully, the larks sang so joyfully, the hedges were so full of wild flowers, the trees were so thickly out in leaf, the bean fields, with a light wind blowing over them, filled the air with such delicious fragrance. Late in the afternoon we came to the market town where we were to alight from the coach, a dull little town with a church spire and a market-place and a market cross, and one intensely sunny street, and a pond with an old horse cooling his legs in it, and a very few men sleepily lying and standing about in narrow little bits of shade. After the rustling of the leaves and the waving of the corn all along the road, it looked as still, as hot, as motionless a little town as England could produce. At the inn we found Mr. Boythorn on horseback, waiting with an open carriage to take us to his house, which was a few miles off. He was overjoyed to see us, and dismounted with great alacrity. "By heaven," said he, after giving us a courteous greeting, "this is a most infamous coach. It is the most flagrant example of an abominable public vehicle that ever encumbered the face of the earth. It is 25 minutes after its time this afternoon. The coachman ought to be put to death." "Is he after his time?" said Mr. Skimpole, to whom he happened to address himself. "You know my infirmity." 25 minutes. 26 minutes, replied Mr. Boythorn, referring to his watch. "With 2 ladies in the coach, this scoundrel has deliberately delayed his arrival 26 minutes. Deliberately. It is impossible that it can be accidental. But his father and his uncle were the most profligate coachmen that ever sat upon a box." While he said this in tones of the greatest indignation, he handed us into the little phaeton with the utmost gentleness, and was all smiles and pleasure. "I am sorry, ladies," he said, standing bareheaded at the carriage door when all was ready, "that I am obliged to conduct you nearly 2 miles out of the way. But our direct road lies through Sir Leicester Dedlock's park, and in that fellow's property I have sworn never to set foot of mine, or horse's foot of mine, pending the present relations between us, while I breathe the breath of life." And here, catching my guardian's eye, he broke into one of his tremendous laughs, which seemed to shake even the motionless little market town. "Are the Dedlocks down here, Lawrence?" said my guardian, as we drove along, and Mr. Boythorn trotted on the green turf by the roadside. "Sir Arrogant Numbskull is here," replied Mr. Boythorn. "Ha, ha, ha! Sir Arrogant is here, and I am glad to say has been laid by the heels here. My lady," in naming whom he always made a courtly gesture, as if particularly to exclude her from any part in the quarrel, "is expected, I believe, daily. I am not in the least surprised that she postpones her appearance as long as possible. Whatever can have induced that transcendent woman to marry that effigy and figurehead of a baronet is one of the most impenetrable mysteries that ever baffled human inquiry. Ha, 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 ha!" "I suppose," said my guardian, laughing, "we may set foot in the park while we are here. The prohibition does not extend to us, does it?" "I can lay no prohibition on my guests," he said, bending his head to Ada and me. with the smiling politeness which sat so gracefully upon him, "except in the matter of their departure. I am only sorry that I cannot have the happiness of being their escort about Chesney Wold, which is a very fine place. But by the light of this summer day, Jarndyce, if you call upon the owner while you stay with me, you are likely to have but a cool reception. He carries himself like an 8-day clock at all times, like one of a race of 8-day clocks in gorgeous cases that never go and never went. Ha, ha, ha! But he will have some extra stiffness, I can promise you, for the friends of his friend and neighbour, Boythorn." "I shall not put him to the proof," said my guardian. "He is as indifferent to the honour of knowing me, I dare say, as I am to the honour of knowing him. The air of the grounds, and perhaps such a view of the house as any other sightseer might get, are quite enough for me." "Well," said Mr. Boythorn, "I am glad of it on the whole. It's in better keeping. I am looked upon about here as a second Ajax, defying the lightning. Ha, 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 ha! When I go into our little church on a Sunday, a considerable part of the inconsiderable congregation expect to see me drop, scorched and withered, on the pavement under the Dedlock displeasure. Ha, 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 ha! I have no doubt he is surprised that I don't, for he is, by heaven, the most self-satisfied and the shallowest and the most coxcombical and utterly brainless ass." Our coming to the ridge of a hill we had been ascending enabled our friend to point out Chesney Wold itself to us, and diverted his attention from its master. It was a picturesque old house, in a fine park richly wooded. Among the trees, and not far from the residence, he pointed out the spire of the little church of which he had spoken. Oh, the solemn woods over which the light and shadow travelled swiftly, as if heavenly wings were sweeping on benignant errands throughout the summer air! The smooth green slopes, the glittering water, the garden where the flowers were so symmetrically arranged in clusters of the richest colours. How beautiful they looked! The house, with gable and chimney, and tower and turret, and dark doorway, and broad terrace walk, twining among the balustrades of which, and lying heaped upon the vases, there was one great flush of roses, seemed scarcely real in its light solidity, and in the serene and peaceful hush that rested on all around it. To Ada and to me, that, above all, appeared the pervading influence. On everything, house, garden, terrace, green slopes, water, old oaks, fern, moss, woods again, and far away across the openings in the prospect, to the distance lying wide before us with a purple bloom upon it, there seemed to be such undisturbed repose. When we came into the little village, and passed a small inn with the sign of the Dedlock Arms swinging over the road in front, Mr. Boythorn interchanged greetings with a young gentleman sitting on a bench outside the inn door, who had some fishing tackle lying beside him. "That's the housekeeper's grandson, Mr. Rouncewell by name," said he, "and he's in love with a pretty girl up at the house. Lady Dedlock has taken a fancy to the pretty girl, and is going to keep her about her own fair person, an honour which my young friend does not at all appreciate. However, he can't marry just yet, even if his Rosebud were willing, so he is fain to make the best of it. In the meanwhile, he comes here pretty often, for a day or two at a time, to fish. Ha, ha, ha!" "Are he and the pretty girl engaged, Mr. Boythorn?" asked Ada. "Why, my dear Miss Clare," he returned, "I think they may perhaps understand each other, but you will see them soon, I dare say, and I must learn from you on such a point, not you from me." Ada blushed, and Mr. Boythorn, trotting forward on his comely grey horse, dismounted at his own door, and stood ready, with extended arm and uncovered head, to welcome us when we arrived. He lived in a pretty house, formerly the parsonage house, with a lawn in front, a bright flower garden at the side, and a well-stocked orchard and kitchen garden in the rear, enclosed with a venerable wall that had of itself a ripened ruddy look. But indeed everything about the place wore an aspect of maturity and abundance. The old lime tree walk was like green cloisters. The very shadows of the cherry trees and apple trees were heavy with fruit. The gooseberry bushes were so laden that their branches arched and rested on the earth. The strawberries and raspberries grew in like profusion, and the peaches basked by the hundred on the wall. Tumbled about among the spread nets and the glass frames, sparkling and winking in the sun, there were such heaps of drooping pods and marrows and cucumbers that every foot of ground appeared a vegetable treasury, while the smell of sweet herbs and all kinds of wholesome growth, to say nothing of the neighbouring meadows where the hay was carrying, made the whole air a great nosegay. Such stillness and composure reigned within the orderly precincts of the old red wall, that even the feathers hung in garlands to scare the birds hardly stirred, and the wall had such a ripening influence that where, here and there high up, a disused nail and scrap of list still clung to it, it was easy to fancy that they had mellowed with the changing seasons, and that they had rusted and decayed according to the common fate. The house, though a little disorderly in comparison with the garden, was a real old house, with settles in the chimney of the brick-floored kitchen and great beams across the ceilings. On one side of it was the terrible piece of ground in dispute, where Mr. Boythorn maintained a sentry in a smock-frock, day and night, whose duty was supposed to be, in cases of aggression, immediately to ring a large bell hung up there for the purpose, to unchain a great bulldog established in a kennel as his ally, and generally to deal destruction on the enemy. Not content with these precautions, Mr. Boythorn had himself composed and posted there, on painted boards, to which his name was attached in large letters, the following solemn warnings: "Beware of the bulldog. He is most ferocious. Lawrence Boythorn. The blunderbuss is loaded with slugs. Lawrence Boythorn. Man-traps and spring guns are set here at all times of the day and night. Lawrence Boythorn. Take notice that any person or persons audaciously presuming to trespass on this property will be punished with the utmost severity of private chastisements, and prosecuted with the utmost rigour of the law. Lawrence Boythorn." These he showed us from the drawing-room window, while his bird was hopping about his head, and he laughed, ha, 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 to that extent as he pointed them out, that I really thought he would have hurt himself. "But this is taking a good deal of trouble," said Mr. Skimpole in his light way, "when you are not in earnest after all." "Not in earnest?" returned Mr. Boythorn with unspeakable warmth. "Not in earnest? If I could have hoped to train him, I would have bought a lion instead of that dog, and would have turned him loose upon the first intolerable robber who should dare to make an encroachment on my rights. Let Sir Leicester Dedlock consent to come out and decide this question by single combat, and I will meet him with any weapon known to mankind in any age or country. I am that much in earnest, not more." We arrived at his house on a Saturday. On the Sunday morning we all set forth to walk to the little church in the park. Entering the park almost immediately by the disputed ground, we pursued a pleasant footpath winding among the verdant turf and the beautiful trees, until it brought us to the church porch. The congregation was extremely small, and quite a rustic one, with the exception of a large muster of servants from the house, some of whom were already in their seats, while others were yet dropping in. There were some stately footmen, and there was a perfect picture of an old coachman, who looked as if he were the official representative of all the pomps and vanities that had ever been put into his coach. There was a very pretty show of young women, and above them the handsome old face and fine responsible portly figure of the housekeeper towered preeminent. The pretty girl, of whom Mr. Boythorn had told us, was close by her. She was so very pretty that I might have known her by her beauty, even if I had not seen how blushingly conscious she was of the eyes of the young fisherman, whom I discovered not far off. One face, and not an agreeable one, though it was handsome, seemed maliciously watchful of this pretty girl, and indeed of every one and everything there. It was a Frenchwoman's. As the bell was yet ringing, and the great people were not yet come, I had leisure to glance over the church, which smelt as earthy as a grave, and to think what a shady, ancient, solemn little church it was. The windows, heavily shaded by trees, admitted a subdued light that made the faces around me pale, and darkened the old brasses in the pavement, and the time and damp-worn monuments, and rendered the sunshine in the little porch, where a monotonous ringer was working at the bell, inestimably bright. But a stir in that direction, a gathering of reverential awe in the rustic faces, and a blandly ferocious assumption on the part of Mr. Boythorn of being resolutely unconscious of somebody's existence, forewarned me that the great people were come, and that the service was going to begin. Enter not into judgment with thy servant, O Lord, for in thy sight. Shall I ever forget the rapid beating at my heart, occasioned by the look I met as I stood up? Shall I ever forget the manner in which those handsome, proud eyes seemed to spring out of their languor and to hold mine? It was only a moment before I cast mine down, released again, if I may say so, on my book, but I knew the beautiful face quite well in that short space of time. And, very strangely, there was something quickened within me, associated with the lonely days at my godmother's. Yes, away even to the days when I had stood on tiptoe to dress myself at my little glass, after dressing my doll. And this, although I had never seen this lady's face before in all my life, I was quite sure of it, absolutely certain. It was easy to know that the ceremonious, gouty, grey-haired gentleman, the only other occupant of the great pew, was Sir Leicester Dedlock, and that the lady was Lady Dedlock. But why her face should be, in a confused way, like a broken glass to me, in which I saw scraps of old remembrances, and why I should be so fluttered and troubled, for I was still, by having casually met her eyes, I could not think. I felt it to be an unmeaning weakness in me, and tried to overcome it by attending to the words I heard. Then, very strangely, I seemed to hear them, not in the reader's voice, but in the well-remembered voice of my godmother. This made me think, did Lady Dedlock's face accidentally resemble my godmother's? It might be that it did, a little, but the expression was so different, and the stern decision which had worn into my godmother's face, like weather into rocks, was so completely wanting in the face before me, that it could not be that resemblance which had struck me. Neither did I know the loftiness and haughtiness of Lady Dedlock's face at all, in any one. And yet I, little Esther Summerson, the child who lived a life apart, and on whose birthday there was no rejoicing, seemed to arise before my own eyes, evoked out of the past by some power in this fashionable lady, whom I not only entertained no fancy that I had ever seen, but whom I perfectly well knew I had never seen until that hour. It made me tremble so to be thrown into this unaccountable agitation, that I was conscious of being distressed even by the observation of the French maid, though I knew she had been looking watchfully here, and there, and everywhere, from the moment of her coming into the church. By degrees, though very slowly, I at last overcame my strange emotion. After a long time, I looked towards Lady Dedlock again. It was while they were preparing to sing before the sermon. She took no heed of me, and the beating at my heart was gone. Neither did it revive for more than a few moments, when she once or twice afterwards glanced at Ada or at me through her glass. The service being concluded, Sir Leicester Dedlock gave his arm with much taste and gallantry to Lady Dedlock, though he was obliged to walk by the help of a thick stick, and escorted her out of church to the pony carriage in which they had come. The servants then dispersed, and so did the congregation, whom Sir Leicester had contemplated all along. Mr. Skimpole said to Mr. Boythorn's infinite delight, as if he were a considerable landed proprietor in heaven. "He believes he is," said Mr. Boythorn. "He firmly believes it. So did his father, and his grandfather, and his great-grandfather." "Do you know," pursued Mr. Skimpole very unexpectedly to Mr. Boythorn, "it is agreeable to me to see a man of that sort." "Is it?" said Mr. Boythorn. "Say that he wants to patronize me," pursued Mr. Skimpole. "Very well, I don't object." "I do," said Mr. Boythorn with great vigour. "Do you really?" returned Mr. Skimpole in his easy light vein. "But that's taking trouble, surely. And why should you take trouble? Here am I, content to receive things childishly as they fall out, and I never take trouble. I come down here, for instance, and I find a mighty potentate exacting homage. Very well, I say, mighty potentate, here is my homage. It's easier to give it than to withhold it. Here it is. If you have anything of an agreeable nature to show me, I shall be happy to see it. If you have anything of an agreeable nature to give me, I shall be happy to accept it." Mighty potentate replies in effect, "This is a sensible fellow. I find him accord with my digestion and my bilious system. He doesn't impose upon me the necessity of rolling myself up like a hedgehog with my points outward. I expand, I open, I turn my silver lining outward like Milton's cloud, and it's more agreeable to both of us. That's my view of such things, speaking as a child." "But suppose you went down somewhere else to-morrow," said Mr. Boythorn, "where there was the opposite of that fellow, or of this fellow. How then?" "How then?" said Mr. Skimpole, with an appearance of the utmost simplicity and candour. "Just the same, I should say. My esteemed Boythorn, to make you the personification of our imaginary friend. My esteemed Boythorn, you object to the mighty potentate? Very good, so do I. I take it that my business in the social system is to be agreeable. I take it that everybody's business in the social system is to be agreeable. It's a system of harmony, in short. Therefore, if you object, I object. Now, excellent Boythorn, let us go to dinner." "But excellent Boythorn might say," returned our host, swelling and growing very red, "I understand," said Mr. Skimpole. Very likely he would. "If I will go to dinner," cried Mr. Boythorn in a violent burst, and stopping to strike his stick upon the ground. And he would probably add, "Is there such a thing as principle, Mr. Harold Skimpole?" To which Harold Skimpole would reply, he returned in his gayest manner, and with his most ingenuous smile, "Upon my life, I have not the least idea. I don't know what it is you call by that name, or where it is, or who possesses it. If you possess it and find it comfortable, I am quite delighted, and congratulate you heartily. But I know nothing about it, I assure you, for I am a mere child, and I lay no claim to it, and I don't want it. So you see, excellent Boythorn and I would go to dinner after all." This was one of the many little dialogues between them, which I have always expected to end, and which I dare say would have ended, under other circumstances, in some violent explosion on the part of our host. But he had so high a sense of his hospitable and responsible position as our entertainer, and my guardian laughed so sincerely at and with Mr. Skimpole, as a child who blew bubbles and broke them all day long, that matters never went beyond this point. Mr. Skimpole, who always seemed quite unconscious of having been on delicate ground, then betook himself to beginning some sketch in the park which he never finished, or to playing fragments of airs on the piano, or to singing scraps of songs, or to lying down on his back under a tree and looking at the sky, which he couldn't help thinking, he said, was what he was meant for. It suited him so exactly. "Enterprise and effort," he would say to us, on his back, "are delightful to me. I believe I am truly cosmopolitan. I have the deepest sympathy with them. I lie in a shady place like this, and think of adventurous spirits going to the North Pole, or penetrating to the heart of the torrid zone, with admiration. Mercenary creatures ask, what is the use of a man's going to the North Pole? What good does it do? I can't say, but for anything I can say, he may go for the purpose, though he don't know it, of employing my thoughts as I lie here. Take an extreme case. Take the case of the slaves on American plantations. I dare say they are worked hard. I dare say they don't altogether like it. I dare say theirs is an unpleasant experience on the whole. But they people the landscape for me. They give it a poetry for me. And perhaps that is one of the pleasanter objects of their existence. I am very sensible of it, if it be, and I shouldn't wonder if it were." I always wondered on these occasions whether he ever thought of Mrs. Skimpole and the children, and in what point of view they presented themselves to his cosmopolitan mind. So far as I could understand, they rarely presented themselves at all. The week had gone round to the Saturday following that beating of my heart in the church, and every day had been so bright and blue that to ramble in the woods and to see the light striking down among the transparent leaves and sparkling in the beautiful interlacings of the shadows of the trees, while the birds poured out their songs and the air was drowsy with the hum of insects, had been most delightful. We had one favourite spot, deep in moss and last year's leaves, where there were some felled trees from which the bark was all stripped off. Seated among these, we looked through a green vista supported by thousands of natural columns, the whitened stems of trees upon a distant prospect made so radiant by its contrast with the shade in which we sat, and made so precious by the arched perspective through which we saw it, was like a glimpse of the better land. Upon the Saturday we sat here, Mr. Jarndyce, Ada, and I, until we heard thunder muttering in the distance, and felt the large raindrops rattle through the leaves. The weather had been all the week extremely sultry, but the storm broke so suddenly, upon us at least, in that sheltered spot, that before we reached the outskirts of the wood, the thunder and lightning were frequent, and the rain came plunging through the leaves, as if every drop were a great leaden bead. As it was not a time for standing among trees, we can out of the woods, and up and down the moss-grown steps which crossed the plantation fence like two broad-staved ladders placed back to back, and made for a keeper's lodge, which was close at hand. We had often noticed the dark beauty of this lodge standing in a deep twilight of trees, and how the ivy clustered over it, and how there was a steep hollow near, where we had once seen the keeper's dog dive down into the fern as if it were water. The hedge was so dark within, now the sky was overcast, that we only clearly saw the man who came to the door when we took shelter there, and put two chairs for Ada and me. The lattice windows were all thrown open, and we sat just within the doorway, watching the storm. It was grand to see how the wind woke and bent the trees and drove the rain before it like a cloud of smoke, and to hear the solemn thunder, and to see lightning, and while thinking with awe of the tremendous powers by which our little lives are encompassed, to consider how beneficent they are, and how upon the smallest flower and leaf there was already a freshness poured from all this seeming rage, which seemed to make creation new again. Is it not dangerous to sit in so exposed a place? Oh no, Esther dear, said Ada quietly. Ada said it to me, but I had not spoken. The beating of my heart came back again. I had never heard the voice, as I had never seen the face, but it affected me in the same strange way. Again in a moment there arose before my mind innumerable pictures of myself. Lady Dedlock had taken shelter in the lodge before our arrival there, and had come out of the gloom within. She stood behind my chair, with her hand upon it. I saw her with her hand close to my shoulder when I turned my head. "I have frightened you?" she said. No, it was not fright. Why should I be frightened? "I believe," said Lady Dedlock to my guardian, "I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Jarndyce." "Your remembrance does me more honour than I had supposed it would, Lady Dedlock," he returned. "I recognised you in church on Sunday. I am sorry that any local disputes of Sir Leicester's (they are not of his seeking, however, I believe) should render it a matter of some absurd difficulty to show you any attention here." "I am aware of the circumstances," returned my guardian with a smile, "and am sufficiently obliged." She had given him her hand in an indifferent way that seemed habitual to her, and spoke in a correspondingly indifferent manner, though in a very pleasant voice. She was as graceful as she was beautiful, perfectly self-possessed, and had the air, I thought, of being able to attract and interest anyone, if she thought it worth her while. The keeper had brought her a chair, on which she sat, in the middle of the porch between us. "Is the young gentleman disposed of, whom you wrote to Sir Leicester about, and whose wishes Sir Leicester was sorry not to have it in his power to advance in any way?" she said over her shoulder to my guardian. "I hope so," said he. She seemed to respect him, and even to wish to conciliate him. There was something very winning in her haughty manner, and it became more familiar. I was going to say more easy, but that could hardly be, as she spoke to him over her shoulder. "I presume this is your other ward, Miss Clare?" He presented Ada in form. "You will lose the disinterested part of your Don Quixote character," said Lady Dedlock to Mr. Jarndyce, over his shoulder again, "if you only redress the wrongs of beauty like this. But present me," and she turned full upon me, "to this young lady too." "Miss Summerson really is my ward," said Mr. Jarndyce. "I am responsible to no Lord Chancellor in her case." "Has Miss Summerson lost both her parents?" said my lady. "Yes. She is very fortunate in her guardian." Lady Dedlock looked at me, and I looked at her, and said I was indeed. All at once she turned from me with a hasty air, almost expressive of displeasure or dislike, and spoke to him over her shoulder again. "Ages have passed since we were in the habit of meeting, Mr. Jarndyce." "A long time. At least I thought it was a long time, until I saw you last Sunday," he returned. "What? Even you are a courtier, or think it necessary to become one to me," she said with some disdain. "I have achieved that reputation, I suppose." "You have achieved so much, Lady Dedlock," said my guardian, "that you pay some little penalty, I dare say, but none to me." "So much," she repeated, slightly laughing. "Yes." With her air of superiority and power and fascination, and I know not what, she seemed to regard Ada and me as little more than children. So, as she slightly laughed, and afterwards sat looking at the rain, she was as self-possessed and as free to occupy herself with her own thoughts, as if she had been alone. "I think you know my sister, when we were abroad together, better than you knew me," she said, looking at him again. "Yes, we happen to meet oftener," he returned. "We went our several ways," said Lady Dedlock, "and had little in common even before we agreed to differ. It is to be regretted, I suppose, but it could not be helped." "Did you know her afterwards?" He shook his head. "You never met her?" "Never. You are, of course, aware that she is dead?" "Yes," he said. "I heard of it some time ago. She lived so retired that I heard of it by mere accident." Lady Dedlock again sat looking at the rain. The storm soon began to pass upon its way. The shower greatly abated. The lightning ceased. The thunder rolled among the distant hills, and the sun began to glisten on the wet leaves and the falling rain. As we sat there silently, we saw a little pony phaeton coming toward us at a merry pace. "The messenger is coming back, my lady," said the keeper, "with the carriage." As it drove up, we saw that there were two people inside. There alighted from it, with some cloaks and wrappers, first the Frenchwoman whom I had seen in church, and secondly the pretty girl. The Frenchwoman with a defiant confidence, the pretty girl confused and hesitating. "What now?" said Lady Dedlock. "Two." "I am your maid, my lady, at the present," said the Frenchwoman. "The message was for the attendant." "I was afraid you might mean me, my lady," said the pretty girl. "I did mean you, child," replied her mistress calmly. "Put that shawl on me." She slightly stooped her shoulders to receive it, and the pretty girl lightly dropped it in its place. The Frenchwoman stood unnoticed, looking on with her lips very tightly set. "I am sorry," said Lady Dedlock to Mr. Jarndyce, "that we are not likely to renew our former acquaintance. You will allow me to send the carriage back for your two wards. It shall be here directly." But as he would On no account accept this offer, she took a graceful leave of Ada, none of me, and put her hand upon his proffered arm, and got into the carriage, which was a little low park carriage, with a hood. "Come in, child," she said to the pretty girl. "I shall want you. Go on." The carriage rolled away, and the Frenchwoman, with the wrappers she had brought hanging over her arm, remained standing where she had alighted. I suppose there is nothing pride can so little bear with as pride itself, and that she was punished for her imperious manner. Her retaliation was the most singular I could have imagined. She remained perfectly still until the carriage had turned into the drive, and then, without the least discomposure of countenance, slipped off her shoes, left them on the ground, and walked deliberately in the same direction, through the wettest of the wet grass. "Is that young woman mad?" said my guardian. "Oh no, sir," said the keeper, who, with his wife, was looking after her. "Hortense is not one of that sort. She has as good a headpiece as the best, but she's mortal high and passionate, powerful high and passionate, and what with having notice to leave, and having others put above her, she don't take kindly to it." "But why should she walk shoeless through all that water?" said my guardian. "Why, indeed, sir, unless it is to cool her down," said the man. "Or unless she fancies it's blood," said the woman. "She'd as soon walk through that as anything else, I think, when her own's up." We passed not far from the house a few minutes afterwards. Peaceful as it had looked when we first saw it, it looked even more so now, with a diamond spray glittering all about it, a light wind blowing, the birds no longer hushed but singing strongly, everything refreshed by the late rain, and the little carriage shining at the doorway like a fairy carriage made of silver. Still, very steadfastly and very quietly walking towards it, a peaceful figure too in the landscape, went Mademoiselle Hortense, shoeless, through the wet grass. End of chapter 18.